Chat's already bumping tonight, Jesus. Hi. Hi, everyone. Before I come up, I may as well just friggin' say it. I know where the Golden Gate Bridge is, chat. I know. I fucking know. I know it's not in New York. But I also know it's not in California. It's in neither of those places. It's in Wisconsin. Because you see, me getting it wrong on GeoGuessr that one time.
Mario.
What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Give me just a second here. We gotta make sure the homunculus is doing what he needs to do. Because I've been trying a couple things with him, chat. I've been trying a couple things, and they worked the other night. But tonight it's a little odd, isn't it?
Alright.
Wake up, homunculus. Oh, I know what's wrong. Give me a second. Oh, I need to come up. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to come up. I'm the long man. I'm that fucking guy. I'm him. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing, chat. You know? Yeah. Hi everyone. My name's Giraffisto. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, I don't know what we're doing. I usually come in here. Like with a plan, right? I usually come in here like, you know, with some kind of idea of what we're gonna do. Not tonight, though. Not tonight. Instead, we're just gonna be kind of, I guess, flying by the seat of our pants, you could say. But not really. I do have a couple things planned. I'm the one. I'm the one that knows. Listen. Take it from him.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena.
Yeah.
I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret.
Uh-huh.
That knows what the dog is doing.
Fuck yeah.
I'm that guy. I'm him. When I go into a gym. Treadmills do
push-ups.
That's how it is, bro.
I'm that guy. Incredible stuff. Incredible. All right, hold on. Hi, Henry. Let me make sure that this works for the old homunculus here.
Alright.
That kind of works. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a bit of a weird thing going on there. Give me a second. Yeah, this right here is exactly what you guys wanted to come back to. You wanted to see me fucking doing troubleshooting live on stream. And you didn't want to see what is quite possibly the most unhinged content that I've ever seen on YouTube, right? You want to see some truly evil shit, right? Oh yeah, that's right. I got some chat. I got some new. I have overhauled the things that you can throw at me. Yeah, like that. Ow. I have overhauled the things that you can throw at me. Why don't you try throwing some stuff at me, chat? Try throwing some stuff and see what comes out. Ah! Ow. Why is it so tiny? Why is it so tiny? Okay, I need to make the stuff bigger. I'll make the stuff bigger for ow. Well, that's so big. Ow! Rubber chicken,
Hello,
let's
Mario.
go. You know what? I feel like it's funnier when it just doesn't work. It's always Bane and the Joker that never ever fucking works, no matter what. There was a spaghetti-o on your head. That's a halo. Ow. Scuffed. Yeah, it is scuffed. Fuck, we found the homunculus's Cheeto stash. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Hello, Mario.
Don't tell me you're just using it for ammo. I've recently been playing through Arkham Asylum on PS3. I really want to play the Arkham games again at some point. It is in fact a Sonic ring, but there are times where it gets stuck on my head and then it looks like a halo. Oh yeah, Bane can be pretty tough in Arkham Asylum. I would like to play that and City at least again. I can kind of do without Knight because I think it's just a little bloated, you know? I just think it's a little bloated. This is how I'll show my love. What the fuck? Who redeemed something? Hold on. I'm gonna check something for myself. Give me a second. Give me just a second, chat. Ow. Yeah. That is in response to the homunculus. That's in response to the homunculus. Hello there, my friends. What? I literally tested this out the other night. What do you mean it's not Oh, hold on, chat. I think I figured it out. I'm gonna put on some music, by the way, while I do this.
Spare serotonin, please.
If nothing else, we know serotonin works, right? Yes. He lost his voice. It's like Chip Skylark, you know? You gotta find the voice, chat. We need integration.
Hello, Mario.
Hi. How are you doing? I don't know who just joined. Give me a second. No. Stop redeeming it for a second. Stop redeeming it for a second. There you go. All right, chat. Try it now. He just stares at us menacingly. Hey. Hello there, Onyxivorous. Giraffe cute. I try my best.
I'm the storm that is approaching. Boobies.
Good. I'm the storm that's approaching. Boobies is my favorite MF Doom lyric. Can someone clip that, please? I am the storm that is approaching. Boobies is my favorite MF Doom lyric.
Sorry, I had Cheetos stuffed in my mouth.
It's okay, homunculus. You gotta remember to swallow, though. You can't just have it in your mouth, you know? You gotta remember to swallow. You can't savor the cheat. You can't savor the...
Excuse me, what the actual fuck are you doing with my secret stash of Cheetos?
Blame chat! They keep throwing it at my face. But you know what's even more fucked up than that, homunculus? Videos like these. You wanna see some truly villainous stuff? So like in the wake of Will Ospreay and Bryan Daniel, in the wake of this match, right? Everyone was saying like it was the best match of all time, right? Everyone was saying like it was the greatest match of all time. It was this.
No,
and that,
I want
everything.
Cheetos, but I will respectfully watch.
Thank you very much. Oh, what the?
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills. I'm trained in guerrilla warfare and I'm the top sniper in the entire US Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth, mark my fucking words. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again,
He had to go
Fucker.
away.
As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across the USA, and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot. The storm that wipes out the pathetic little thing you call your life.
Finding the
You're
IP
fucking
address.
dead, kid. I can be anywhere, anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hands. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the United States Marine Corps,
Okay,
and
this
I
is
will
funny,
use it
but
to
let's
its
not
full
do this all the
extent to
time,
wipe your
okay?
miserable ass off the face of the continent, you little shit. If only you could have known what unholy
How long is
retribution
this,
your
chat?
little clever comment was about to bring down upon you. Maybe you would have held your fucking tongue. But you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot. I will shit fury all over you and you will drown in it. You're fucking dead, kiddo.
He walked away mid-sentence to start finding the IP address.
Omao Shinderu. Nani?
Well, there's your answer. It can't. He can only speak in English right now. I need to develop him further. That was fucking awesome. I love how he basically walked away and was bitching. Oh, he has to multitask. Yes, the serotonin merchant is back in town. Chat. First off, I just want to say I'm so fucking happy to have you here right now.
Please.
We got like a lot of people in chat right now, and we haven't even done anything yet. I haven't even like finished my thought. Implement the Spanish onto him. He galloped away to dox the guy who was talking shit. I mean, that was all of you, chat. Really. You are the shit talkers in this situation because, I mean, you're the ones that are throwing his Cheetos stash at me. You know? You're weaponizing his property against the long boy. And him and I, we may despise each other, but there's one thing that we can agree on it, and that's you don't touch the Cheetos. You don't go into his gamer room, and you most certainly do not take the Cheetos from it. That's like rule 0 and 1, respectively, right? That's like rule number 0. If you can't respect that, well then... let's just say he has ways of getting even. But no, chat. The fucked up thing I was going to talk to you about before the Navy SEALs. People have been posting videos like this that's like, full match, Bryan Danielson versus Will Ospreay, AEW Dynasty 2024. And, you know, like, you look at the match length, and, you know, if you don't know any better, you think, oh, well, damn. Well, damn. This is the whole match, eh? You're wrong. It's someone's stupid fucking Ethan. Look at this. What? Wait, Daniel Bryan? That is not the guy. You're Michael Cole. Michael Cole! In AEW touches Cheetos, my own bag of Cheetos. Can I touch your Cheetos? Can I touch your Cheetos, girl? That'll get you banned in 5 countries at least. Bamboozle. Yeah, exactly. You've been fooled. You've been bamboozled. I bet that his opponent isn't Al. I bet that his opponent isn't even Will Ospreay. I bet that the opponent isn't even Will. Oh, no, it's not. It's not. It's Kenny Omega. Look at this. Look at the long boy Riz. I would say that this. I'd say that this is the long boy Riz, chat. Yeah, exactly. It's a Kenny Omega caw. It's not even a Will Ospreay caw. It's not even Will Ospreay. It makes no sense. But no, chat. You know what? I respect the guts on this guy to put this up and to not delete it, right? Like that takes gumption. So you know what? I think we gotta reward that gumption and just kind of let this play while we shoot the shit for a while. I'll put this in a full screen here. I'll just let this play out. Even says Kenny Omega. I know. I know. It makes 0 sense. But yeah, chat. How are all of you tonight? How have the past 2 weeks been for you? It's been a hot minute since we streamed. I am honestly really glad to be done with this week. I've been working dayside at my job for the past 2 weeks, which has allowed me to be fair, go live at times that are more sensible. I've been going live at times that, you know, are a little bit more sensible, ones that people would probably want to tune in for. It's been, I caught the highlights of Backlash. I heard that Backlash was pretty good. I want more crowds like in France, you know? Isn't the States supposed to see Aurora Borealis tonight? Yes, actually. And I'm probably gonna stop stream, like, you know, for a second so I can go and see it. Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. Yes. May I see it? No. But yeah. Shit. But yeah, work has been pretty tough, but I'm happy to be back here after not streaming for a week. I will say, I did not really get as much done as I would have liked to. I did put up a new video recently. In fact, I got a really fun clip for all of you from that very video that you should all definitely go and check out, because I put a lot of work into it and I think it's really funny and cool and weird and fun and all that stuff. Here it is. Here's the clip that I've pulled out from my big long ears. What? Seen us like a stealth bomber? What? What the seen as a stealth bomber because you can't see it? What does that even mean? What? Avant-Garde King, I saw him dismantle the on-seas flight centers of Wisconsin last night. Did you give what Jeff Hardy was giving you backstage? I don't know what he gave me backstage, Kit. Wow, wasn't that a funny clip? That was really good, wasn't it? Y'all should go and check out the full video at some point. But don't leave the stream. Don't leave the stream because I'm still here. I'm still here. Why isn't the fucking command working? Good. Cool beans. Oh hey, I know why it isn't. It's because I'm not even like fully fucking connected to my stuff here. Yes, it was very humorous. I liked it a lot. I thought that it turned out really well and good and cool. Y'all should go and check it out. Here it is, right here. It's right here, chat. Check that out. Try that on for size, why don't ya? Yeah, aside from that, go check it out, or else, exactly. Go check it out and leave a like. It really helps. It really helps with discoverability. It seriously does. And I really hope to make more videos like that, like in the future, because I had a lot of fun with it. And I have a couple more ideas in mind, one of which will start tomorrow night. But for tonight, I do have something that I kind of want to do for all of you. Because in the Discord server, I asked all of y'all for something. I asked you for your profile pictures. What are your thoughts on Cody's next opponent being Logan Paul? I mean, like, listen, I think I don't have an issue with it, really. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like at this point, like, even though we don't like Logan Paul that much, right? His talent can't be denied. It cannot be denied. And if I were Triple H, I'd probably do the same, you know, because, you know, Logan Paul is probably your biggest like active crossover star in your company, right? And you know, Cody Rhodes is sort of like, you know, the workhorse babyface champion. So like I don't think that there's anything wrong with it like inherently. It's just I wish that Logan Paul didn't have the US title when he while he feuds with Cody, because, and this is like something that is just kind of an issue whenever you have, you know, matches like this where it's sort of champion versus champion. It's that you risk devaluing one of the titles, right? And the only way that you don't really devalue it is if both titles are on the line. But like I can't see a world in where it's going to be for both the undisputed title and the US title, you know? I can't see a world in where that's the case. I just noticed the chat overlay isn't updating. Hold on just a second. But no, like I don't think that, you know, Logan Paul facing off against Cody is like bad inherently, right? I don't think it's a bad thing like in and of itself. It's just I wish that the circumstances surrounding it were a little more different. I guess Logan does have talent, but I feel like they could still do better than having Cody fight the likes of Logan Paul. Well, who would you have him fight? And like this isn't me trying to be snarky. I'm like actually asking, who would you have him fight? Seth Rollins? That's been done, you know? AJ Styles, he literally just wrestled him. Randy? He's entangled with the bloodline. Same with Kevin
Cody
Owens.
Rhodes versus LA Knight.
I could see that, but like, I'd imagine they're saving LA Knight for Logan Paul to take the US title off of him. I think leading up to that, you would kind of want to keep him strong, right? Because like if he faces off against Cody and loses, then that's like two world title matches in a row that he came out the other side of not the winner. Rather like he came out the other side of as the loser. So like I feel like if he's gonna have a title match next, then he's gotta win it, right? I didn't mean to use my channel points just now. Well, hey, you know what? The homunculus also likes LA Knight. Yeah. I get the champion versus champion thing, but if you're putting him in a world title feud, wouldn't you get the US title off him first? Yeah, I mean like that's what I'm saying. You know? In a situation like this, you would probably want to take the title off of him first and foremost, right? Because, you know, it kind of runs the risk of devaluing one title when it's not on the line in a title match, you know? It makes the US title feel lesser than, and you know, like there is an argument to be made, a very solid one, to say that yeah, it is lesser than, it's meant to be, right? But like, you know, it shouldn't be so outwardly obvious, I feel like, you know? Also, I'm gonna change the category. But yeah, speaking of wrestling though, chat, I gotta say, being a fan of AEW is very fun right now. It's especially fun when you don't have a bunch of goobers on Twitter telling you it's terrible. As is with anything, I've learned that if you want to enjoy something and not feel bad about doing it, don't listen to goobers on Twitter. You know? Because right now there's actually quite a bit to like. I mean the stuff going on with the heel elite is very, very fun, and I'm excited for their match at Double or Nothing. The stuff with Swerve and Christian is great. Adam Copeland being in good matches every week, it's just nice, you know? It's just nice to see as a lifelong fan of his. The women's stuff is kind of cooking too, especially Willow Nightingale. Like, I really hope that she's not just a sacrificial lamb to Mercedes Moné, you know? I really hope that she's not a sacrificial lamb, but I just have a feeling that she will be. I don't want her to become the next Hikaru Shida, chat. Because anytime that Hikaru Shida gets anything now, it's in service to something else. Ow! Like, Hikaru Shida just can't have a good title reign, you know? Not unless it's for, like, a terminally long time. Or if it lasts for, like, a month and there's no memorable defenses. You know? But, like, you take one look at Willow Nightingale, and you can just tell that she has the it factor, you know? She has a very unique style of charisma. I love the way that she wrestles. I love her promo work. I don't know. She is what I want out of a babyface champion right now. So, I like that. I don't mean to sound like one of those goobers, but Frankensteiner. Yeah, from AI Danielson. I don't mean to sound like one of those goobers, but the whole all-in backstage stuff being slightly incorporated into the Buck storyline has still rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, that's fine, dude. You don't have to like AEW, right? But, like, I'm more so talking about the guys on Twitter that they'll constantly bring up things like attendance numbers and how one side of the arena looks empty, and, you know, how people like Bischoff and Russo and Bubba Ray Dudley say this and this and this. Like, there's so many people that just make it their life's goal to hate on a wrestling promotion in the interest of sucking off another one, and it's just really, really, really lame. It's so lame. It's so fucking lame. I may not like WWE as much as AEW, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, you're stupid for liking Raw and SmackDown over Dynamite and Collision. Because, you know, I mean, like, WWE's doing some pretty cool stuff right now. Maybe it's not, you know, on the same level as cool as it was at WrestleMania. But, you know, the fact that there's a higher bar for quality, that's huge, you know? Because for years, it was, like, in the doldrums, right? And the fact that it's watchable now, the fact that, you know, you can probably tune into, like, you know, a WWE pay-per-view and walk out the other side being like, you know what? That was good. That's a lot, you know? That is not nothing. I realize that may sound pity on my end, but it's difficult for me to forgive and forget for that aspect. I mean, like, again, you don't have to like AEW, you know? I'm not saying that you have to like it. Nor am I saying that anyone here is part of the group of goobers, the fucking group of goofy goobers that I'm talking about, you know? What I'm saying is that don't simp for like one $1 billion company over another, because that's lame as fuck, you know? That's lame, it's uncool, it's not what Hulk Hogan would do. Okay, well, actually, maybe Hulk Hogan would do that. It's not what Dr. Eggman would do. He would definitely support Gaza and the Palestinian people. But he absolutely would not stand for simping for $1 billion corporation. You don't believe Bischoff says what he does about AEW because he knows what it's like to have a failing business and doesn't want other promotions to repeat his mistakes, or am I making him sound more I can't talk. More altruistic than I should. I don't believe what Bischoff says because he's a man that believes his own hype. You know?
Nothing beats a
cool, refreshing sip of water. Bischoff thinks that he's a fucking genius. And I feel like that there's absolutely no way to watch his stuff and not think that that's what he thinks about himself. He's a man that's been riding on his success from over 30 years ago at this point. Like, like he rides on the fact that he was beating the fucking WWF for like a year and a half, you know? And yeah, like that was impressive back then. But that was almost 30 years ago, you know? Meanwhile, what else has he done? He had a big role in sinking WCW. He almost killed TNA. Like, he is not someone that in the modern day you should be taking seriously. And listen, people like Bischoff and Bubba Ray Dudley, they always see themselves as like these big creatives. But my question is, if they're so creative, why hasn't anyone called them to hire them? Right? Like, if they're like these touchstones of the industry, why is no one blowing up their phones? Why are they not in WWE or AEW or New Japan or TNA? It's because they're hacks, you know? It's because in 2024, they are hacks, you know? They may have done incredible things in their prime, but that was so long ago at this point. The 90s were a long time ago at this point, you know? So no, I'm not saying that from a place of bitterness. I'm saying that from a place of people like Bischoff are people that think their shit doesn't stink. And I think it's very telling that he fucking appeared on on Dynamite one time, and then ever since then he was like, oh no, I'm making it my life's mission to just dunk on everything that company does. I don't know. I feel like that there's some bitterness there. I don't know. The AI fans are agreeing with you. See, yes, exactly, yes. And no, like, I don't mean to be, like, overly negative at the start of the stream, chat. I'm just saying. This is... I guess this is me venting my wrestling frustration. Right? Because, like, again, you end up liking more things when you don't have a bunch of losers in your ear telling you it sucks all the time. And again, that isn't me calling anyone in the chat losers. You don't have to like the same things that I like or anyone else likes. You are not obligated to like anything. I'm more so talking about the people that will just be super fucking obnoxious about it. And will say that you're like a dummy for like liking things, even though it's not that deep, you know? Hey there, Ashley. Another example of this, actually. Welcome to tonight's Lomboy Club meeting. I'm not referring to you as an example, Ashley. I'm referring to something else. Another example of this, right? Another example is something that I kind of found out recently, right? Because we're still doing, like, the pony watch-alongs in the server, right? We're still doing that. It's been a lot of fun, and you all should freaking join it. By the way, I have a Discord server. You all should join it. It's very, very fun and very, very cool. We are at the middle of Season 6 right now, right? And it's been pretty good so far. It's been pretty fun. It's got a lot of good eps. But one that I loved, that a lot of people just didn't seem to like, is this one. No Second Prances, right? And apparently a lot of people like didn't like it because it felt contradictory to the story it was telling, right? I can't fucking believe that I'm going back to this, chat. Before I even dive into this, I just need to make it clear, I can't fucking believe I'm going back to this. I'm going total fucking dweeb mode on all of you. Why are any of you watching right now? Why are any of you watching? Well, you know, if anything, it makes it that it makes it that you all can be dweebs with me together. So let's go ahead and let's do this right here. Holy fuck, this is literally just like the whole, because what we're talking about seems interesting, lol. Well, here's something that's also interesting. Colorful horses that are almost 15 years old. That are almost 15 years old. Because many of us just didn't really, check out anything else with this. And Twitch won't get mad at you for sharing MLP content? I don't think so. Because right now Hasbro's actually like re-uploading all of Gen 4 onto their YouTube channels. Like if you go onto YouTube right now and search Rainbow Rocks, like here it is, right here. The whole movie is right here with the most YouTube Kids thumbnail of all time. like this is literally like 2 cells from like the end of the movie, you know? It's crazy that Weird Al has canonically made a baby with Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie canonically fucked at the end of the show. But what also fucks is this episode. I actually really, really liked this episode. And I remember that people didn't like it at the time, and that's because they thought that, like, what they were trying to do with the episode was, like, contradictory to, like, the character development that they were giving Trixie. Let's kind of watch it here real quick. So, the premise of this episode, right, is that Starlight is trying to make friends after essentially being brought into Twilight's fold, right? But she's not connecting with any of the main 6. She's like barely connecting like with Twilight, even though that she's spending the most time with her, right? The only person that she's really connected with is Trixie, and you know, at this point, Trixie is a character that no one in the show liked, you know? Like she tried to imprison the town at one point. She's generally kind of a dick. But you know, she's like actually like trying to sort of make amends, right? But people didn't like this scene here because they thought it went against that. So here it is.
This is gonna be the greatest night of my life! Excuse me, our lives. I'm so glad we're not at that boring dinner.
You can't hear Trixie without hearing Marie Canker once you hear it.
You just decided to skip our dinner without telling me? Are you aware that at this very moment, Princess Celestia is waiting for you at a table? With exquisite silverware placement? Yes, but this is exactly why I didn't want you to make friends with Trixie.
You still don't trust
The audio's a little muffled on this upload. So like they didn't like this part, right? This part specifically, and where Trixie kind of gets full of herself for a second.
You still don't trust me. But guess what, Princess? It doesn't matter if you want to give me a second chance or not. Starlight had to choose between you and me. And she chose me. Your pupil chose me. So, I win.
You win?
That part specifically.
Sounds like you just made friends with me to beat Twilight.
Exactly.
This part, yeah.
Wait! I mean, no! I got caught up in the moment. I like you.
Like they didn't like that.
That is just a bonus. Oh, saying that didn't help, did it? I should have known. No pony else in Ponyville wanted to be my friend. Why would you? Wait! It's not like that! I am your friend. Oh.
Well, you won. I hope you're happy.
Looks like the great and powerful Trixie is back to a solo show.
Trixie?
Which is exactly the way she likes it. Thank you, Princess Twilight, for getting rid of that annoying pony who wanted to be my first friend. I am not sad at all. I definitely don't feel like my heart is breaking into a million pieces.
for context, chat, I was part of the Bronalysis community way back in the day, right? I was just a budding young content creator at that point. Way too young, by the way. Don't start when you're a teenager, just be a teenager. And a lot of people didn't like this scene in that community because, you know, they thought that
Spare serotonin, please.
oh wait, hold on, serotonin. Thank you. I'm not mad, but I do enjoy the serotonin. I need to get like a big sign on the top of my head that just says serotonin goes here. But no, like they didn't like that because they thought it just kind of like undid sort of like the rest of the work that the episode did. But I just listen. th- this right here is actually why the episode works, right? Because the thing about trying to change yourself is that it is non-linear, right? It is not a linear experience. You have relapses, you have fuck ups along the way, right? Just because Trixie wants to change doesn't mean that she isn't going to slip up and let her ego get in the way. And that's what happened there, you know? Even though she genuinely appreciates and wants to be friends with Starlight, trying to get one up on Twilight in that moment overtook her, right? And really, who hasn't done something like that? Who hasn't just slipped up and said the wrong fucking thing, you know? And like when you watch this, I don't understand how that can go over people's heads, you know? I don't get it. I do not get it. It spells it out for you, you know? Like there's no subtlety at all. Even Trixie said saying that didn't help, you know? Ooh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm smart about the pony show. Pet me. I don't know. It's just like another example of like you enjoy watching things more
Spare serotonin, please.
when you don't have a bunch of goobers telling you it sucks. Never underestimate the ability of man children to miss a very obvious. Yes, exactly. Exactly. This whole scene is why the episode works. You know? It's what pushes it over the top for me. Because it is at this moment that Trixie becomes relatable. You know? That she's trying, but she still fucks up. Because
Spare
that's what happens.
serotonin, please.
You know? That's what happens when you're trying. When you're trying to become a better person, sometimes you'll fuck up along the way, and, you know, while it's not, you know, excusable because you're still being a dick,
Spare
it's understandable to
serotonin,
an extent.
please.
And even that Trixie regrets it, like, immediately afterwards. She, like, tries to patch it up, but, you know, like, her fucking ego can't be shoved into the background quick enough. And so she fucks up again, right? Who complain about everything being woke. Well, you know, I don't want to have that type of conversation, but I do think that there is a bit of parallel. But I feel like that's besides the point. My point more so is that I feel like a lot of people desperately want to be tastemakers, right? And so like they'll latch on to something and just be really passionate about it. And like especially around this point, right? Like the show was over 5 seasons in at this point. This was season 6. I genuinely think a big issue for like why people took umbrage with this is either A, burnout, or B, they're just looking for something to criticize, right? When there's absolutely nothing to criticize here. This here is what makes the episode go from good to excellent, right? It's not even subtext. Yes, exactly. There's no subtext. It's sledgehammer blunt. It is sledgehammer blunt, and even then, it's still well done in my opinion. I mean, especially for sort of like a kids show, you know? I felt MLP burnout around season 5. I definitely think that watching it like in the server has especially helped with like keeping the show fresh with me, you know? I've never had a week where I have not enjoyed watching it. it's just such good comfort food, you know? It's such good comfort food, and I really do enjoy that the show is being like re-uploaded in its entirety. Um, at this point on YouTube, because right now, if you go to the Pony YouTube account, if you go to the Friendship is Magic Twitter account, wait, Twitter account, YouTube channel, it will actually, you'll actually see that, not only are there streams of like episodes being played, but full episodes are being re-uploaded onto the YouTube channel every Saturday. Like right now they are on episode 21 of season 4. They are just re-uploading the entirety of this show onto YouTube, and it's actually incredible. You know? It's actually incredible. And I think that it's very, very good that more people will be able to see this, because it's something that brought me a lot of joy when I was a preteen. I mean, I could do without the YouTube Kids thumbnail here, but, that's neither here nor there. Why does Twilight look like that she just smoked the hardest doobie of all time? She doesn't look mad here. She looks baked, you know? She looks absolutely stoned. I have to admit that the fact that GeForce seems to have more of a presence than past or even current generation says a lot of what like an impact Friendship is Magic had. Hasbro really likes squeezing out all that sweet YouTube ad revenue. Maybe I should get them to make my videos more searchable. I gotta get the Hasbro marketing guy on the horn. I gotta bring them into the Longboy Club, no matter what it takes. But yeah, that's enough about, disliking people that desperately want to make things bad. Let's actually talk about some things that are actually kind of good. Why don't we? Why don't we talk about stuff like that? For those of forced Longboy indoctrination, he'll be treated like a god amongst men in the Longboy Club. You know? He will be one of the pivotal cornerstones that helps us reach world domination. First YouTube, tomorrow the universe, Gods Among Us. It's like Injustice, yeah. Among Us. But yeah, chat. Let's actually do the thing that I wanted to do tonight. Well, one of the things I wanted to do anyways. And that's not this, but hold on just a second. This. So over on Discord, I asked all of y'all to send me a profile picture for your OC, right? I asked y'all to send me a profile pic for your OC. Or just, just your profile pic in general, and y'all delivered. Y'all friggin' delivered on that. So, right now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make something here that maybe you've seen on Twitter here and there. It's like these little YouTube or rather it's like these little Twitter circles, right? The ones in where like, it will like auto-generate like a list of like your most interacted with accounts, and like half the time it's not even correct. I made one myself by hand, right? But I figured it would be fun to make a bit of a Longboy Club mosaic, as it were. And I'll share it in the Discord server once it's done, obviously. But this right here is specifically for all of y'all. It's for everyone that is in the Discord server who fucking shows up to the streams, who watches the shorts and the videos and just interacts in the server. this is for all of y'all. Because recently I've been feeling like really, I don't know if sentimental is the right word, but I've been definitely feeling, I've been feeling things, chat. I've been feeling a lot of warm and fuzzies lately, you could say. Because, you know, especially after you've been at it for so long, it just feels really nice to be able to have the community that I have right now. It's not large. It's not even perfect. But it's something that I would not trade for the world. I wanted to pay tribute to all of y'all with a, admittedly, a little bit scuffed Twitter circle-esque tribute here. Someone in the Discord actually said that I should try and make like a Hunger Games type beat with all of y'all. And personally, I think that that would actually be pretty sick. We can absolutely do that after this. I mean, I got nothing else going on. Again, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I'm flying by the seat of my pants a tiny bit. So, so we can really just do whatever, honestly. I will say though, despite my bitching about ponies a few minutes ago, but also thank you very much, Sev. I appreciate this. Thank you guys, genuinely. I have been having some of the most fun that I've ever had on stream in like recent months, right? Like we've been trying a lot of different things. We've been going in a lot of different directions and all that shit. I've been having a lot of fun. And, you know, at least based on what I've seen, it seems like everyone else is having fun too. And just being able to know that I have the freedom to like, experiment, and knowing that I have, knowing that I've kind of started to develop my own style. And it's something that people actually kind of resonate with. It's something that's very humbling, you know? Because again, like, I've been doing this for so long, right? I know that I've said that I wanted to make, like, a concerted effort to not really bring that up, because, you know, 9 times out of 10, it's not necessarily helpful. But in this context, it definitely is, because I feel like it serves to articulate how fucking much y'all mean to me. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this. In all honesty, I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this. But for however long I do it, I want you all to know that I appreciate you. How many points we spent on booing Dominic out of the building, lol. I need to send that to Jada and have him make a clip out of that. I think that he would have a field day with that specifically. Because it's something you don't even need, like, wrestling knowledge to love. You know? Because it's just a really, like, you know, a good moment of, like, a Twitch chat just being on the same page. Along with bunny herding and Cheetos, Inner Circle, and the Sev Appreciation Society. I appreciate all of y'all. This is the All of Y'all Appreciation Society, alright? Don't wear that out. Even though it may be scuffed, I don't care. This is a bit of a scuffed circle, but, you know, the presentation of it isn't really the important part, you know? I think I have enough in there. Also, by the way, chat, if you've not sent a PNG of a character of your choosing, or, you know, of just like a profile picture or something, do it right now. Do it in the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server. It's right there. Get yourself on the circle. Get yourself on the collage. Get yourself on the collage that I will absolutely be making into the server banner. I'll be making it into the server banner, chat. So get on the circle. Send me your shit. Send it right now. Get over here. Exactly. Get over here, chat. I try my best. No, this is like everyone that has sent in their stuff so far. If anyone sends in their images in between now and when I'm done, I will add them to the thing. Okay? I can send it in about 45 minutes. Dang. I can keep it open. I can for sure keep it open. With that happy moment, the wife has gone to bed, so it is bedtime for me too. A good night, Stev, and good night, friends of all genders. Absolutely. You friggin' have a good night, Patch. You and Renee have very good EPs. Stev, would you mind humoring with a stupid wrestling joke, even if you won't get the reference? You know what? Sure. As long as it's PG-13. As long as it's PG-13, then I'm good. Then I'm good. Mega sent me a friggin'... He sent me a gift, chat. I don't know how I'm gonna incorporate this. Well, I'll incorporate it like that. Never mind. Just a second. I do want to stress too that I'm placing these in really like.
It's almost time
really,
for
like,
a
no
120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
No, it isn't. Get fucked. Get absolutely boned. You just gotta believe in the Tony Khan versus Puzzles and a Dave Meltzer on a pole match. Winner gets an instant 5 stars. Ugh. That's actually terrible, though. Oh my god. I feel like that we can get something better for Joe. This whole row here is either pony or pony adjacent. Just a heads up to anyone that's in range for the Aurora Borealis and the weather be willing to check your windows now. We're getting pics from Wisconsin and Missouri and shit looks dope. Well, chat, once I make this, we're going to take a short break and I'm going to check outside then. All right? We're going to take a short break and I'm going to check on the outside. Let's see here. There's Dark Raven. We're right there. Right there is good. I'm on the opposite side of the country. Hey, that doesn't mean that you... I mean, that doesn't mean that you know, won't be able to see it. You may still be able to. You may still be able to see it. It's not even reaching on my side of the country. I'm pretty sure I'm, like, in the middle of it, right? I'm pretty sure I'm in the middle. In case you want better context for my joke, don't worry, you shouldn't get in trouble with this Twitch link. What is this? What the fuck? Oh, wait. Oh. Alright, let me check. Oh. Oh, is this Digital Circus? Is this Digital Circus that I've been hearing so much about, chat? Not exactly, no. Well, what is it then? It's a bop. Super Mario Glitchy 4. Wait, this is what they're doing now? Is this what SMG4 is doing now? Wow. That is something. Wow. I remember when they were just the big shitpost factory. They're talking about me, chat. Oh. The whole Creative Control, the Hulk Hogan song. So, like, when does this character say that doesn't work for him, brother? Does he ever say that? Or am I just wishful thinking? Is that just wishful thinking on my part? Go ahead and just kind of let the good old Skyrim ambiance play for a second. But yeah, chat. If you want to send in a photo, do it in the Longboy Clubhouse server right now. Because I want to put more of y'all on here. I at least want 4 more so that way I can round it out. I at least want 4 more so I can round it out. Because we can't... Chat, you have to understand...
It's almost time for a 120 seconds
right?
minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
We can't have this. Because this is obscene. You know? It just isn't right. So yeah, I'm gonna go outside and look at the Aurora Borealis. Real quick, chat. Don't go anywhere. Because I see my cute little shark boy. You do, yeah, there he is. For now, I'm going to go and take a short break. We'll be back in a second with something or another. We'll be back.
Hey Drew. I'm not relaxing at home, I'm right here, you little bitch.
Who's Drew? I need to add the homunculus to the BRB and starting soon screens, I guess. I need to. Drew who? I wish you drew some bitches. Oh. Woo! Got him. Got him good. Anyways, welcome back, chat. Welcome back. You know, given how things are a little slow tonight, right? And given how I kind of came on here without much in the way of a direction, I'm thinking it would probably be fun if we did one of two things, right? We can either check out new Pokemon Snap, which I've been wanting to do for a while, right? I have this fun idea for a stream in where we try to find a Girafarig, right? Or we can go and play some more Animal Crossing, because I have made progress and I would like to show you all that progress that's been made.
Drew McIntyre, this is normally the part of the show where I would ask the question, do I have your attention now? But the thing is, Drew, I've clearly had your attention for the past month.
Drew McIntyre knows that the homunculus means business. So, Steph, to better explain, Glitch Productions is an indie animation studio that Super Mario Glitch G4 started that also produces Meta Runner, Murder Drones, and The Amazing Digital Circus. Oh, so that's what he's doing now? I had no clue that he was behind Digital Circus. That's crazy. Although I'll be honest with you, chat, I've not watched Digital Circus yet because I've been busy and I just forget. Although I've heard it's good. I've heard it's great. You know? Homunculus was the one who was locked in WWE HQ during Backlash. He was going through cheese withdrawal, chat. He couldn't stand being in there. He couldn't stand being restricted in placed behind the bars of the McMahon Empire. Yeah, chat. I may as well go ahead and just kind of go into Animal Crossing. Why not? Let's go into Animal Crossing. I've made some progress on my shit. The island looks a little bit different from the last time that we were here. Then along came R-Truth with a dump truck full of cheese and Cheetos. He saved the homunculus. What a Chad. What a Chad. R-Truth's the real one, chat. He still does the main Super Mario Glitch G4 stuff on his main channel every week, though. Mario is less of a focus. A lot of focus is more centered towards the original characters on there these days. That's probably to help get around copyright, too. But I imagine that, you know, he just wants to have... He just wants to have his own stuff, you know? Not be necessarily, you know, associated with just Mario. I can get that. I think he became less of a focus after Nintendo sent him a cease and desist. Wait, did he actually get sent a cease and desist? No fucking shit. That's crazy. It took them years. It took them years to do it? Why is it only an issue now, Nintendo? No, that was Super Mario Logan. Oh! Get you a homie like R-Truth, the ultimate Chad. He'll get you that cheese and Cheetos if you want it, bud. Speaking of what I want to hear from Isabel. Our lovely Saturday, and KK is performing in the plaza. It is literally raining outside. He loves audience requests, so if there's anything you'd like to hear, stop by the plaza and let him know. Well, I don't know the difference. They're both using Mario. Now that right there is an R-Truth line, you know? They were both using Mario. The hell? They have a storyline where the SMG4 character was threatened by a lawyer version of Funky Kong with a cease and desist. So, like, did he actually get, like... Did Nintendo actually send people after him? Or was he just like, oh, well, you know, this right here is just my way of making it so that I can move on from this. The guy's playing in the rain. So yeah, chat, I may as well show you what we're up to here. So, I've restructured the town a little bit, right? I've moved things around and I've started making things on different sides, right? Unfortunately, we still have the mistakes here. I've just not been able to get rid of them.
Please.
I need serotonin if I'm gonna get through this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Apparently people don't like it when I bully Audie. Okay, but what... Okay, but what if I bully Rattle? What do you think then, chat? There you go. I bullied Rattle. I'll get all of these pod pieces of shit off my island. But speaking of my island, let's check it out. So, around here is the housing area, right? This right here is the housing area. This is where everyone lives, right? I took all the houses that were on the right side of the island, and I moved them all the way over here. So everyone lives, like, close to each other now. Including the people that I hate. I kind of want to move... I kind of want to move Caesar's house, though. We have fortunately gotten a couple of the pobbed people off our island. Although we have had absolutely no luck in getting hooved hombres to replace them. The best we've gotten so far is a squirrel named Sheldon and a gorilla named Caesar. Highness? Let's chat. I can't quit yawning. I should have slept in today. He is the only exception I'm making to the rule, chat, because monkeys are cool and I owe a lot to them. So any of the monkeys get to stick around. If you're not like an animal with hooves, and if you're not a monkey, then you gotta get off of the property. But no, Town Hall is staying where it is. And then over here, we got the shops. We got the shops over here. It's the able sister. Turn around, I want to be monkey. Would you like a good look at the monkey? But yeah, we have the housing district over there, and then we have the shopping district here, which is really just comprised of the two shops. but I think it's more aesthetically pleasing than having them spread out in such a way, you know? And plus, it's also convenient and more practical. And then we have, you know, just kind of like the line of fruit trees like we had before. But over here, we have the museum. We have the museum that's just kind of over here, like in a path, just kind of separated from like, you know, the path itself and beyond the trees. I think it's a nice placement for it. We have a wide variety of fruit trees over here, and we got vegetables now, too. Look at this, chat. Look at this. We got the community vegetable patch right here. That's absolutely teeming with a bountiful harvest. Observe. Thank you to my good friend Drac for giving me so many vegetables. I literally have so many now. I have so many vegetables now, chat. I genuinely don't even know, like, what to do with them. Yeah. Green pumpkins. What, you never seen a green pumpkin before? Well, now you have. Alright, well, I'm gonna call Super Mario Glitchy 4 because it's what I remember. I've never seen a green pumpkin before. Well, now you have. You know? Funny how that works. No, we got the community vegetable patch over here, which I need to put a fence around. But that is what I want to try and do. And I want to make like all of like the paths along this dirt, you know? I want to make all the pathing around this like dirt. How many tomatoes do we have? We got 10 of everything except for the white pumpkins. The white pumpkins will never get 10 of them today, chat. Let me check something, actually. I want to make sure that we can actually do the thing I want to do. Or if I was a little too, if I was too late. If I was too late on the draw. Because I want to make everything here dirt. There you go. Oh, no, it's too late! It's too late, chat. Fuck! Okay, well, you know, this is fine. This right here is okay for now. I'm probably gonna go to the store here in a second. I'm gonna go to the general store here in a second, and we're gonna get some fence to put around this. But not before I show you the last thing that I've been working on so far. Up over there is my little nature retreat. I'm still working on that and just kind of figuring out how that works. Then over here we got the Pinewood Forest. When you brought up green pumpkins, I think of Summerween Jack-O-Melons from Gravity Falls. It's been years since I've seen Gravity Falls. Holy fuck. I remember when it was ending. That feels like such a lifetime ago at this point. We're all getting so old, chat. Can we like stop for a second? I would like for us to just not be doing this right now. You know? I would like time to just like slow the fuck down for a second. Because it's honestly getting kind of annoying. It's honestly getting pretty damn annoying, chat. I don't like it. Yeah, that's essentially what the island is at this point in time. Right now I'm focusing mostly on the forest. Bro, I'm 35. I know, old. You're 35? What are you doing here, then? Nah, I'm kidding. Let's see. I need to find the rest of these fossils here, because the fact I haven't played in a few days means there's gonna be like 6 of them. I don't think you can find gemstones in this game, though. I know you could in New Leaf, but I don't think you can do it here. Speaking of, I've yet to find the coffee shop, or like, I've yet to get the coffee shop. You might want to clip this next. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? What you doing? Chat, I don't like where this is going. What the hell is Dan scheming? What's he scheming, chat? What's he scheming? What's he scheming, chat? I'm just trying to get fences. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I'll give you my lunch money if you just stop.
Hello, Mario.
Hi. Hi, Devin. Welcome to tonight's Slumboy Club meeting. I was... At first I thought that was what Dan wanted me to clip. I don't think that's what he wanted me to clip.
Kids, there's nothing more than eating Cheetos you like. But if someone tries to touch your Cheetos in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. They're your Cheetos. No one has the right to touch them if you don't want them to. So what do? First, you say no, then you get out of there. Most important, you gotta tell someone you trust, like your parents, your teacher, a police officer.
Maybe don't tell the police. Maybe don't tell the police, because then they're gonna get on your case about, it's only Cheetos. But like, you know, that right there is exactly what they would say, because they don't get the full picture, you know? They don't see the big picture, you know? It's more than just Cheetos to me, damn. Exactly. Exactly. The only reason that police will tell you it's just Cheetos is that they don't understand all the work that has gone into the Cheetos horde. They don't understand the big picture, and because of that, they're not to be taken seriously. Even if you try to explain it to them, they're not gonna fucking believe you because, you know, they're cops. The only thing that they believe in is not eating Cheetos. They're more Cheez-Its guys themselves. We don't like Cheez-Its over here in the Longboy Club. We are Cheetos ride or dies. I need to make fences, chat. Hold on a second. Do I have like a white picket fence? Because that would be so cute. Do I have white picket fences that I can put outside? Seasonal recipes, no. We got barbed wire fences, chat. Holy fuck. Don't you dare touch my carrots. The cops will eat more on donuts than they do Cheetos. It's very true. No! Pinky, get out of here! I don't want you here. As much as I don't want you... As much as I like Pinky, chat, she has to go. She has to go. Hi. I just really wanted to see you, Schmoopy. God damn it, chat. Chat. How? How can I deny a place for someone like this? How can I deny a bean like this a place on my island? Especially when Peaches! She gave me peaches! There, I'm gonna eat. You can't have shit on Reach, chat. Look at this. She's not even like talking with me. Where are the hooves? I don't know. Your interior decorating sense is so lay fab. I could learn a lot from you. I hope you don't, because I want you off my island, but at the same time, I don't want you off my island. Her facial reactions were like she was reacting to me saying all this. She's like, what'd you say? And then I followed up with, I actually don't want you off my island. And then she's like, okay. Why is she sitting on the floor? I literally have a couch right there. Maybe she needs some encouragement. I can't move while she's here. I can't move shit around while she's here. I figured you'd be home. You're always here. Except when you aren't. Chat! Chat! Chat, I can't do it! Yet, the sets were called Stack Down sets. I would pay good money for an official LEGO X WWE collab. You know, I would too, honestly. I'd be buying that shit. I'd be buying that shit and building it on stream. I can't do it, chat. I can't do it! I can't do it. I don't know if I can... I know what I have to do, chat, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I don't want to be like a time vampire for you, so I should probably head home, wah. See you. Phosphor is not a big Animal Crossing New Horizons player, but if she ever moves out for the cause of Hood Villagers only, I will take her and put her on Phosphor's Island and give her love. Good! Good! Because even though I don't want her, that doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve happiness.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
God damn it. Okay, fine. We're just gonna run it then.
It's break time.
Sev, are there any
heck's the
WWE
Cheetos,
events,
my
locations, etc. you think should be immortalized in LEGO form? Well, I mean, like, you know, Andre the Giant being slammed by Hulk Hogan should absolutely be part of it. And that way you can always still visit her. Like, yes, exactly! Exactly!
Super Mario 64 and Resident Evil.
Melody understands the assignment.
Their respective systems. But which is better? Well, let's go through this point by point. Mario has camera motion during gameplay, but Evil only has it during the hands-off cinema scenes. Evil has real voices for its characters, but Mario and his friends are mute. Mario
never shuts up in Mario 64.
To win the game, but Evil has you solve tons of them. Actually, you won't solve tons of them. The game is virtually impossible without the hint book. So what's the bottom line? Super Mario 64 wins by a close call. It's more visual and immersive than Resident Evil. However, to our knowledge, no Nintendo 64 game has voices and dialogue yet. That's a big mistake, and we hope that changes. It's
Well,
not
you'll have
just
to
the
wait
graphics that players
quite a
want.
while,
The
dude. Would you
Nintendo
mind repeating your
64 is
answer? I had to
still
cut to
very young,
commercial
though.
before I could hear your
The
answer.
Super NES didn't start off with Donkey Kong Country quality, so don't expect tomorrow
Hint
from
book?
the N64
God, it was
today.
the
We
90s.
still have to wait for the 64DD, as it's called. This disk drive add-on will be used in the N64 games of the future. All this talk makes us wonder, what's going on with Sega? Well,
What is going
listen
on
to
with
the
Sega,
soundbite
chat?
from Sega president Tom Kalinske.
Our technology comes from the arcade world. You can't take arcade games, advanced computer graphics in the arcade world, and run them on the most
I do
advanced
kind of
PC
miss
today.
instruction
But you
manuals,
can
even
run
though
them
they're a
on
waste of,
Saturn.
even though they're a
Saturn is
complete
more
waste of
advanced
paper.
than either PlayStation or Nintendo 64.
It's just,
It has three
it's just nice to
32-bit
have that sort of
processors in
stuff,
it.
you know?
Well, look, Sega.
I feel like the last time something like that was done was like with
you make
Shovel
a game
Knight,
like
right?
Mario 64, and then we'll talk. Until then, we rest our case.
No, I'm saying that I feel like that's something like Hulk Hogan slamming Andre the Giant should
Oh,
be.
excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
And welcome back to Raw. I think that something like Andre the Giant being slammed by Hulk Hogan, I feel like that should be sort of made into a Lego form. In terms of iconic sets, I mean, you gotta make WCW Halloween Havoc 98, right? You need to, like, have the ring, like, with the giant, goblin holding the pumpkin, right? I feel like that's gotta be it. Maybe something off of, Bash at the Beach, too. Let's see. I mean, obviously a WrestleMania needs to be in there. But, like, the thing is, I feel like that it's kind of pointless to make a Lego out of these things if the set isn't memorable in and of itself, right? Like, you can't just make it be, like, Backlash 2005, right? Because, like, who the fuck remembers what that looks like? No one. No one remembers what Backlash 2005 looked like. But even then, like, it may just be because I'm, like, you know, I'm, like, in a stream, and I'm already kind of struggling to fucking just, like, think about wrestling as is. But, like, it's a little bit slim pickings when it comes to sets. I feel like moments is probably more of what you want to go with. Right? Oh, wait. I know what you could probably do. What if they made, like, the 2000s, SmackDown set into a Lego? Like, the one with, like, the fist sort of, like, coming out of it, you know? I feel like that would be kind of sick. I feel like that would probably be, like, you know, a shoo-in if you were gonna make Lego. Undertaker, Mankind, Hell in a Cell Lego set. See, like, as we talk about this, too, right? The issue is that there's only so many times that you can make, like, you know, a ring of Monday Night Raw with, like, the same people. Right? I feel like rather, like, with, different people. Right? Because I feel like in order for these moments to work, or rather for these Lego sets to work, you kind of need to, you know, have the ring alongside it. Unless you sell the ring separately, right? Unless you sell the rings separately and, like, have the gimmicks be part, like, of, you know, individual sets. Like, at the same time, I'm also thinking to myself, I don't know, I mean, like, you don't need, like, the ring to be, like, gigantic. You just need it to be able to be big enough to represent the moment. I would buy a set, like, of, Mankind and Undertaker on the Hell in a Cell. I don't know if I'd buy Titan Towers. I don't feel like anyone wants to buy Titan Towers. I don't feel like anyone wants that. So chat, I'm thinking that with a wall, right? We want...
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Keeves. Hello. How are you doing? Well, if it isn't my favorite long boy, it be him. Come hell or high water, it be him. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Let's see here. Lego WCW power plant. Well, listen. I think that if you want... Here's the thing. I feel like if you're going to appeal to, like... that's like people that buy Lego, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like you would want to... I feel like you would want to make the Performance Center into a Lego, if anything, right? Or at least, like, create, like, a Performance Center ring. And have, like, trainees in there, like, with Prince Albert. I'm gonna be lurking because super eepy, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Keeps. I hope that you're staying safe. I know it's been a hot minute since I've been on stream, but, you know, I'm glad to be on stream. I'm glad to be with all of you. Honestly. Lego Performance Center sounds so good. Also, you're still in just chatting category if you meant that. Did not mean that. Thank you very much. Animal Crossing. Yeah, we're just kind of plugging away right now with Animal Crossing. Not really, you know, like with a set goal right now. Just kind of fucking around if we want to. All right, where is the toilet? Come on. I'm gonna need to go back here. Lego set of WWF Invasion of WCW. That'd be a lot of minifigures. That would probably be like hundreds of dollars, honestly. Maybe Vince McMahon revealing himself as the higher power. You can make an entirely separate minifigure out of that. You know? I'd buy that. I'd buy a Lego set of Vince McMahon being revealed as the higher power. It'd probably be the only time. It'd probably be the first time that like Viscera gets a piece of merch in like 20 years. So I'm all for that. I'm all for that, honestly. Now, where is the toilet, chat? I need to get like other floors. Oh my god! Fuck? Oh my god. Big Daddy V had merch. Oh, it was the Attitude Era. Everyone had merch. At least I would have to imagine, you know? Oh, Lego of Kurt Angle's milk truck would be so awesome, though. It'd be like a Lego City thing. Sip of water. Hey, you can build Kurt Angle's milk truck. Drive up to the ring, pull out the hose, and let loose on Stone Cold Steve Austin. New Kurt Angle milk truck from Lego. Oh my god! Each set sold separately. Fire the hose and douse the competition. Chad, have you seen... Speaking of Lego, chat, I don't know if you've seen this video, but there's a video of like a Bionicle ad, and it's like absolutely fucked up. I'm going to commit the cardinal sin and show you something made by AI. But listen, this right here was before AI was like bad news. This was like when it was still like fun. Okay?
Bionicle is blasting the fuck off with crazy ass motherfucking wings and weapons and unbelievable
new choking hazards.
In the energy clusterfuck of Cardanui, the Tornuva are busting their asses to save their children from the evil Makuta. armed with deadly pinatas full of fake,
irresistible gummies.
The Makuta and their own demon spawn are an astronomical
threat to child safety, but even the Makuta's children can't be left unattended.
Fire your sky blaster at those little
bastards.
Clog up their windpipes faster than product liability lawsuit. Buckle the fuck up, kiddos, and get ready for more parental complaints than ever before. Go online before asking your parents first.
I love at the end, and it's like, go online before asking your parents first. Did you see the Buffett one? Wait, the what now? Send it to me. Send it to me. Send it to me in the Discord server. This is like genuinely the best thing ever, though.
Bionicle is blasting the fuck off with crazy ass motherfucking wings and weapons and unbelievable
new choking hazards.
In the energy clusterfuck of Cardanui, the Toanuva are busting their asses to save their children from the evil Makuta. Armed with deadly pinatas full of fake, irresistible gummies, the Makuta and their own demon spawn are an astronomical threat to child safety. But even the Makuta's children can't be left unattended. Blaster at those little bastards and clog up their windpipes faster than you can say product liability lawsuit. Buckle the fuck up, kiddos, and get ready for more parental complaints than ever before.
Go online before asking your parents first. Oh, hey, Ashley sent me a photo to use in the collage. Hold on just a second, chat. I'll watch this and then I'll add it to the thing.
For centuries, the bottom of 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 the deepest seas.
Oh my god, I have seen this.
And superstition.
This one is fucked up.
Inhabited by the strangest creeps. Others that it serves as a dangerous outhouse. Legend has it that the only hope of ever getting out of there is a mask that every deep-sea cucumber has been craving for years. A mask, they say, everyone is prepared to fuck for and risk their life to possess. But the only way of ever finding out is to fuck around and find out. Bionicle presents the annual Bionicle Buffet, a 3-day event featuring an all-you-can-eat smorgasbord of pies and pastries and pizza and grilled salmon and mussel crabs and dumplings and cakes and sandwiches and protodermis and stuffed peppers and mutton and brisket and rusty nails and coins and disc launchers and meatballs and fresh squeezed lemonade and lithium batteries and cigarettes and fingernail clippings and deviled eggs and bicycle chains and snails and acorns and scorpions and cactus needles and rubber bands and pencil shavings and grilled salmon and egg rolls and spoiled yogurt and staples and witchetty grubs and paint chips and rotten cheese and battery acid.
Fuck? And battery acid. There must be a lot of grilled salmon if the narrator messaged it twice. I mean, grilled salmon's good. It's real good. A mass they say everyone's prepared to fuck for. I'm so... I love how he keeps saying worse and worse stuff on the buffet, but he never completely stops saying edible items. I mean, like, technically coins and rusty nails are edible. You can eat them. But should you? And the answer is yes. Just a reminder, if multiverse theory is true, then there's at least one universe where this is the actual Baraki commercial. I want that. I want to live in that universe, chat. It would be so funny. That'd be the funniest thing, chat. Also, apparently StreamerBot had a bit of an oopsie. Give me a second. That'd be the funniest shit. I'm literally like that drawing of like Timmy Turner praying at the bed, and he's like, please God, let this happen because it'd be funny as fuck. I'm literally like that. Anyways, let's get back to Animal Crossing. We'll sit here with our toilet. Let me go ahead and put on a bit of music while we do this. Why not? First off, I'm gonna be happy because I actually am. I'm happy to be here with all of you. Let's put on Skyrim ambiance. Oh wait, hold on. Oh my god, as long as it's not the skivvy kind. Well, don't open it up. Put a video camera right in front of the toilet, daring people to use it. Good idea. That's a good idea. Do I even have a video camera? Do I have a camera? I don't think I got a camera, chat. I don't got a camera. I'm sorry, chat. Maybe at some other point I will have a camera. But for tonight, 'tis not meant to be. Yeah, don't open up the... Don't open up the toilet because you don't know what's in there. Nor do you want to know. You don't want to know what's in there, chat. Fuck it. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do, chat.
My style is ridiculous.
There, I got it out my system. It's out of my system. We can move on. We can move on from whatever that is. Here. What? I didn't know! I didn't know that could happen! I didn't know that you could actually take a shit in this game! I didn't know that you could actually, like, go to the bathroom. That's crazy! God, this game's awesome! Now it's true Skibidi hours. My God. See, he's Skibidi. I can definitely see him taking on the robots in Skibidi Toilet lore. TV man. Speaker man, I think is what it was. Giant headphone man, I think is what it was. Or radio man, I think. It's one of those things. In fact, it's actually multiples of those things, actually. But I don't remember quite which ones. But again, chat, like, Skibidi Toilet is really just... It is admittedly inspirational on a certain level to me. President Biden toilet. Ugh. I don't like the prospect of that. I don't like the prospect of that. But no, I respect Skibidi Toilet to a certain extent, right? Because it shows me that anything can be popular if you just try. If you try hard enough, you know? What did we learn from our Skibidi Toilet? President Biden toilet, isn't he the scientist? The scientist is not Joe Biden. The scientist is a guy from Half-Life that they put into the toilet. It is not President... It is not Joe Biden. Well, depending on who you ask, which is really everyone, honestly. He belongs in a toilet, which he does. But that's neither here nor there. Yoshi. It kind of looks like him. It does though. It kind of does look like Biden. I'm just glad there isn't like a Trump toilet because, oh my God, that would be all over the place. And And the less I have to see of that guy, the better. The less I have to see of him, the better. Oh, man. Can I make a sink? Can I construct a sink? Oh, wait. Chat. I completely forgot why why we were in here to begin with. And that's because I needed wood. I needed wood to make fences. Hold on just a second. Do the Skyrim. Wait, what kind of fences do I have? I do not have a picket fence, unfortunately. That'd be nice, though. Can you make, like, a fence door? Wait, I can customize this? How do I customize it? Can I, like, make it, like, white? Because that's what I want to do. I made a vertical board fence. Let's see how many it made. It made a respectable amount, but I feel like that we need a little more than that. I mean, I'm not using this wood for really anything, so fuck it. Let's just go ahead and let's make, like, another batch of these. One more. Skyrim music over Animal Crossing's actually messed up, chat. I'm not sure if I like it. This is like a weird clashing of worlds that no one could expect. Skibbity bitty dee dee dee. Skibbity bop bop bop, yes, so on and so forth. How do you customize this, though? Do I need to, like, find paint or something? Let's build the fence, chat. Look at this. We're cooking. We are absolutely in the kitchen right now. How small is the planet that you can see the curvature of the Earth? Well, you gotta think. We're kind of, secluded on our own little place here, you know? Completely free from the ailments of the world. Which on one hand is nice, right? But then you start to miss what could be. And then you remember what is, and then you're like, fuck that shit. We're not doing that. Exactly. Hoof domination lives here. And that's what makes it the only world that's worth living in. So chat, if I were to make a throne page, right? Because, you know, I'm a VTuber, I'm basically required to. If I put the fucking TV head on there from Skibidi Toilet, because there are, like, there is, I kid you not, merch of some of these characters, right? You have merch of some of these characters. And one of them is the TV head lady. Oh, wow, that's literally just enough. Okay, cool. If I put the vinyl figure of the TV head lady on a throne page, and nothing else, would you all fund it? Would that be something that people would fund? Or should I go back to the drawing board? Or should I go back to the drawing board? I'm thinking one ponytail kind of likes the idea. Because listen, we all saw it. We all saw it during the stream. I was down bad for that TV. I wanted nothing more than that TV within distance of me. You know, thanks to the power of rampant capitalism, I can make that into a reality. Thanks to the power of the Lawn Boy Club and, most importantly, rampant capitalism, I can turn that into a reality. It doesn't need to be a dream, chat. I have been wanting to make a throne page for like a while now, though. It's just I don't really know what I would put on it. I mean, I will admit that I am kind of in almost, I don't want to say desperate need for new PC parts, but I am definitely in the market for them. Because the stuff that I'm using right now, it just kneecaps my GPU. It makes it run it makes it run like a 2-pack of ass, you could say. This shit stinks. And I think it's either like, I think it's either an issue like with the MOBO or the graphics card. I'm hoping it's the MOBO because the graphics card is much more expensive than that. In all seriousness, if I were to make a throne page, I would probably put that on there first, just to kind of trial run it and see how people respond to it. Because when it comes down to it, the majority of what I would probably put on a page like that is probably just shit like, I don't know, cards for V-Bucks or something, you know? Or stupid shit. Like, I don't know, a giraffe plushie or something like that. If I put stuff on there, I would want it to be sensible. Although I realize that, it should also probably be just a mix of, like, it's stuff that would actually help streams a bit. If it makes you happy, it's not stupid. That is true. I should probably say just, like, stuff I don't need. I should probably more so just say stuff that I don't necessarily need. Because, like, there are, like, these stuffed cookies on Throne that a lot of people seem to put on their Throne pages, and I'm just like, my strength, my strength when I'm around sweets is basically non-existent. Stuff like that is the last thing I need. I do not need diabetes, I'd buy a Long Boy play.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
It's weird to not have the homunculus up here. You go to sleep, homunculus. We're not ready for you yet. But no, I will admit, chat, I have been, like, knocking around the idea of potentially making some merch, right? I mean, I would need to research, like, how something like that is done. But, I've been thinking of, like, stickers, I've been thinking of, like, a limited run plush, right? It's just I would need to, like, gauge interest just to make sure that, it's actually something that people would buy. That's... to make sure it's something that people actually want. That'd be cute, if anything, like a small account. If anything, like a small account. Oh yeah, oh yeah, like yeah. Like I mean, it wouldn't be like, you know, sort of like a mass-produced thing, but like it would be kind of, you know, maybe a run of like 10, right? And I would have them sort of set up as a giveaway, right? Like, sorry, like 10 viewers will win a 10-of-a-kind Giraffestev plushie. And it would literally just be like, I envision a plush of myself being like in the form of like a little pillow pet sort of thing, right? And where it's just like my face, but it's like incredibly plush, it's incredibly soft, and you can sleep on it, right? The marketing would be like, now you can sleep on my face. Now you can lay down on my face. Lay on it, sleep on it, put it in between your thighs, do whatever you want with it. It can be yours. No, I would also want to do a couple other things. Like, for example, I want to make pins or stickers of the Longboy Club logo, which we are redesigning right now, if you haven't seen it yet. We are redesigning the Longboy Club logo, and I've narrowed the choices down from 4 to 2. I'll show you it here in just a second, actually. Just in case if you haven't already. By the way, who do we all still have in chat? If I could get like I guess a roll call. Make your voices known. Need someone to soothe you after a long day of work? Buy a Longboy for the low price of $9.99. You can have a Longboy of your very own. Take me home with you. Feed me. Give me serotonin. Have you ever wanted to get the Longboy serotonin, but he's not live on twitch.tv/Giraffestev? Well, now you can! At any time, with the new 10-of-a-kind Longboy plushie. Now you can give me serotonin anytime, anywhere you want. You gotta buy this in bulk, chat. Oh no, I need more trees! Need more trees. Although, I am running out of forest space. We need to, like, buy some, like... some... probably windflower. You know what? I'll do windflower. We'll do, like, a collage of windflowers along the... along the forest stream. For an extra $1, you can add the Big Kev add-on. It just comes, like, with a sticker of Big Kev. Well, I'm not sure if I should do that, because that would be going on the wrong side of copyright infringement. Yeah, like that! Ow! Make it through, baby.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, he made it! He made it, chat! He just punched us into a commercial break.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
All rolls on after this. I'm gonna go outside and see if we got the Aurora Borealis.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you out. Like any Doom game, Final Doom is invincible, indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just more of the same old Doom shoot-'em-up action that has spawned countless clones in the video game industry. The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games of this Doom series are also in this Doom game. Doom it! We're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it? These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game. Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana. The game is actually 3 games in 1. Master levels from the internet, Plutonia, and TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you all of the game's weapons. But even with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to Doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest.
I don't think I'm going to get the Aurora
we may end up
Borealis
beating
chat.
Crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance. If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait till you find out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game. If Williams sees this
So I got
segment,
something to show you
they will
guys
either
once
A,
the
laugh
commercial's
at all the
done.
Dooms, B, put us on their
Their
to-doom
to-doom
list,
list.
C, doom us to Hades, or D, not do one Doom thing.
That's probably my favorite one of these. It's like the only one that is not overstayed its welcome.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Which means it's time for us to create our very own chat. Chat! That right there needs to be the 2-year anniversary stream. The 2-year anniversary stream needs to be the stream where we finally make... where we finally make our own Gitsy. He desperately wanted that to be funny, and it so wasn't. I know! It's so painful! This man is so painful, chat. Boo this man to oblivion. Oh, no. Boo him into oblivion, chat. Yeah, exactly, like that. I forgot how
Hello, Mario.
brutal Twitch ads can be. Yeah, Twitch ads are pretty punishing, but you can get rid of them if you subscribe. I'm also thinking... you know what, chat? This right here is what... this right here is what I mean when I say that... You know, I never get anything done. It's because I keep like getting sidetracked like with a bunch of things I want to do. You know? Like, for instance, right? For example, I've been wanting to like add like new incentives for Twitch subs and, you know, eventually people who support me on Ko-Fi. But there's also a part of me that just doesn't want to hold things back, you know? I don't want to make it seem like I'm holding things back, and, you know, moreover, I also don't want to promise something and then not deliver on it. Because, you know, like, there'll be times where that happens. But, you know, at the same time, I want to reward people for investing in my stuff, you know? Because I think that shit like that is genuinely important. But what's also important is this. Not that. Not that. Not that. This is important. I've added Ashley to the Longboy collage. Now again, with the Ray, thank you very much for... Hold on. What the hell?
Hello,
Moon
Mario.
Coral! Holy shit. With the Longboy Club... Rather, with the Longboys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Thank you very
Hello,
much
Mario.
for raiding on in here, everyone. Hopefully you had a fun time over at Moon Coral's place. For those of you who are not aware, my name's Giraffe7. I'm the president of the Longboy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Wait, where was the raid audio? Oh, I'll tell you where it was. It was over here. It's because It's because I didn't connect StreamerBot back. Hi, Henry. Because, like, anytime that StreamerBot gets, like, disconnected, I need to connect it back again. But no. Hello. Hello, Mooncoral. And Raiders. Hopefully everyone's having a good night this evening. Tonight, we're just kind of fucking around. I'm showing off my island and Animal Crossing. So far it's coming along pretty good. It's coming along pretty good. Although, I would like it to be along a little bit further, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there, chat. So far, yeah, thank you. Thank you for shouting out Mooncoral. Go and follow them. They're a really, really, really good bean. I'll be meeting them this summer, either at Galacon or Northwest, or, you know, maybe both. Or maybe neither. I'm not so sure. Oh, okay, Gala, yes. Great, I'll meet you there then. I'll meet you at the gala, so on and so forth. Let me get the sticks here. Sticks. The sticks. But yeah. Deforest the No, we are not deforesting. Grounded is a game that exists. I hate it. What do you... Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my friend? Did you play, Grounded during your stream tonight? The game... No. I know what Grounded is. I'm just, like, asking if that was what you were playing. Aye, that's what we were up to. How is it? I've heard things about it over the past... How long has it been out now? Like 2 years? Or is it just 1? Because if it is 2, I may just shrivel up and die on stream. I can't live with the idea that the game is already 2 years old. Not enough tarantulas in your inventory. Well, listen. They're hard to catch. They're hard to catch. And it is sucking the life out of us. Oh, well that doesn't sound fun. Is it just, like, not fun for you guys? Or, like, what's wrong with it? Or is there, like, nothing wrong with it and you just had a bit of a weird time? If you play it, abandon achievements and customize settings. Learn from our mistakes. They are veterans of Grounded, chat. Heed their words. Lest you become a victim of Microsoft's weird multiplayer live service thingamabobber. Fair enough. I have the worst luck with tarantula spawns. It's the same thing with fucking it's the same thing like with scorpions. I can never ever catch a scorpion. It's just way too hard for me. I can't do it. Let's see if I can try and grow like multicolors here. The world is imaginative. The world is imaginative and fantastic. Hold on, just a second. I gotta plant my windflowers. Let's see if I can combine orange with red. Good. It's gotta line up the whole way, chat. Alright, the world is imaginative, and the combat is Minecraft with extra steps, and you can't go 2 steps without 12 things attacking you. It really is like you're an ant. Sewer, it's like they think you power your house with happiness. You do! Listen, when you are on this land, you give yourself the permission to unshackle yourself from worldly needs. You know? Unless you're a pod person, in which case you'll never be able to escape the worldly needs. But if you're not, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You're gonna you're gonna love it here. I guarantee it. We need more trees here. Why did... I've been wanting to try out Grounded, but like, with most other games, I just am way too busy, you know? I do not have the time to become a small little ant guy. I just don't, chat. I'm way too busy being the long boy, become a short guy. This land in the rain. It sounds like a terrible folk song. No. That actually sounds great, honestly. This land in the rain might actually just be a song. I guess there's just no denying our own inner nature sometimes. You could be the longest ant ever. You're gonna need some strong pesticide, brother. I never sweat the small stuff. My policy's more about picking a path and chugging along it. Fence sitter. Alright, let's see. I need more trees, chat. I need more trees, that way I can fill things out. Cedar trees. I think I can get 5 more. And then I think the forest portion of the island is done for. And from there we need to create like a bit of a little recreational area, right? Like we need to like get like the fucking soccer goal or finally like finish the pro wrestling ring that I have 2 halves of. Because you can make a pro wrestling ring in this game, chat. You just need to get the 4 corners of it. And I have yet to get all 4 corners of it. I only have 2. You have a wrestling ring? I have half a wrestling ring. I'm still missing the other half. But if I can get that other half, then we'll finally be able to actually call this place livable. I'll be able to finally be a mark. Anywhere. No matter what I play, Animal Crossing Wrestling feature would go crazy. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think back in the Wii era, Next Level Games were gonna make like a Mario game that was like a combination of volleyball and wrestling. And then they canceled it because it was too violent. Like I don't know if you guys remember that. But it is something that happened. And it almost did happen for real, but then Nintendo stepped in and they were like, "Nope. You can't have Mario doing a coup de grace on Waluigi." Because like there is test footage out there of like Mario hitting like a move on Waluigi, and it's literally the coup de grace. It's literally Shining Wizard's finisher. It's literally the hoof de grace. It was me, Austin. It was me all along, Isabelle. For real. But yeah, raiders, thank you very much for coming on in. If you guys need to raid and run, that is absolutely fine. I appreciate you being here anyways. But I would also appreciate a follow, too. I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers on Twitch before my birthday on October 2nd. If we can get there in time, I will be playing Wrestling Empire on stream, which is a infamously goofy wrestling game, and I have a very special playthrough in mind for that. I have a very special career mode in mind for that, but it's only going to happen if we hit 1,000 by October 2nd. So, if you're not followed already, I'd appreciate a follow. I would really appreciate your follow and your support. Did you hear, Nintendo told Steam that all Steam Workshop content in all games on Steam for for as long back as Steam's history goes, they have to take down anything related to Nintendo. I thought that was just like someone posing as Nintendo. I didn't think that was actually Nintendo. But if that's the case, then that's really, really shitty. Right now everyone hates Sony, and for good reason. But I'm also seeing a lot of takes from people that I know that I'm a Nintendo now can do no wrong. But like Nintendo's probably the worst out of all of them. You know? They're very easily the worst when it comes to like community support, when it comes to like, performance online. First was Tarkov, then Sony, and then EA. What do we mean, then EA? They've been shit for like the past 15 years. You know? I mean, granted, like, they've all been shit for a long time, but some of them are better at hiding it than others. Nintendo hides it simply based on their game output, you know? Because Nintendo has, like, legendary games, like, with every single console. But when it comes to, community support and just, providing services, they are the absolute dog worst at it. They are, like, just bottom of the barrel. Because they, like, hit lawsuits onto fans that make, like, fan games of their shit. They, like, actively, suppress fan content unless it's actively endorsed by them. They're just, like, a complete polar opposite. Yeah, exactly, and nobody's earning money off of Steam Workshop. That's all, like, a voluntary thing. But yet, Nintendo sees... they see their stuff being used without their permission, and then they're like, nope, take it all down. They may have some of... they probably have, like, the best games out of... the three, like, major first parties. But when it comes to, like, fostering, like, a good sense of community, and just supporting their fans, my god, they gotta be the worst, you know? They gotta be the absolute worst. That being said, I do want to play Mario Wonder. I would like to play that at some point. But then again, I would like to play a lot of things at some point, including all the Star Wars games that I bought. Plant a tree in one of the Paw Store's front yard. Hey Stev, have you heard that Steam users have been review bombing Hi-Fi Rush with positive reviews? Yeah, I did. That's honestly really, really cool. I hope for nothing but the best for the devs of Hi-Fi Rush. They made something that a lot of people really resonated with, and they just got gutted, probably to bump a stock price, Or to make sure that the CEO can have another $1 million on their year-end bonus. Boy, Steph, you're just a ray of sunshine. What do you like? Well, I like bitching. I like to bitch. I like to bitch. But no, like, genuinely, like... putting all the shit with Helldivers to the side, I do think it is genuinely fun. It's some of the most fun that I've had in multiplayer, for sure, for a long time. I personally can't get into things like... Sorry, like a Lethal Company. At least not without the right people, right? For me, horror is just not my thing, right? Even when it's something that you can make into something more goofy, it takes a lot for me to get over that hurdle, you know? And I would love for nothing more than to get over it, but it takes a lot. Whereas Helldivers is a little more, I guess, traditional, right? It's a bit more of you. It's a bit more of a traditional multiplayer experience, I guess. Almost makes you wonder if those CEOs are wasting the money they've been earning with gacha games. I mean, it really doesn't even matter, because, like, the thing is, like, when you are in that position, all you're thinking of is profit, you know? Whether that be to keep the shareholders happy, or if it's just pure greed. Greed will do a lot of things to you, man. Even if you have, like, just bundles of money that you know that you'll never use, it doesn't matter to these guys, you know? It doesn't matter. They just want more of it. Because, you know, what if there's a merger, right? What if there's a merger that they want to do? Or better yet, what if they find themselves in massive debt? And they need their Scrooge-esque vault of money to bail them out of whatever shit they got themselves into. Biscuit Man is a symbol of greed more than anything, making the shareholders happy. I would say they're both pretty up there. But no, what do you like, Steph? Well, I like Helldivers. I've been having a lot of fun with that lately. Although, it is most certainly a game that you'll get the most out of if you're playing with other people. We need less Phil Spencers and more Satoru Iwatas in the gaming industry. It's funny because, like, Phil Spencer isn't even at the top of Xbox anymore. Someone else entirely, I think. Although I still think he has a position of power. We do need more people like Iwata. You think about, like, you know, during the Wii U era, when he took, like, you know, a 50% cut to his own pay, because he felt that a more fully staffed Nintendo would have a better shot of saving the company than if he, you know, cut sort of members of the staff to save money. Folks like that are 1 in a million. Sorry. I'm sorry, whenever I hear you say a Japanese name, I immediately think it's a wrestler. I mean, Iwata might have been into wrestling. You never know. He may have been into wrestling when he was alive. Stev, do you like eggs? I like eggs. I like me some eggs now. Especially if they got cheese on them and some ham. Do you like green eggs and ham? Well, you know, I don't... you know what? Yeah, I do. I'll try some green eggs. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, they say. And what's more venturous than eating something that's probably poisonous? What's more bold than something that will most definitely at least give you indigestion? Will you eat them on a boat or with a goat? I'd probably eat them on a boat.
Stampede!
Why not? What the fuck? Snake!
Hello, Mario.
Snake! Snake, 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 snake
Hello,
with the long boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Thank you very much for coming on by and bringing your lovely community on over here. For those of you who are unaware, my name's Giraffestev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat.
Mario.
Tonight, Long Ray, the honorary Long Boy himself, and
Hello, Mario.
and his army of honorary Long Boys, in fact.
Life.
Yeah, absolutely. Go and follow Snake Station. They are incredible. They're incredibly talented. They work incredibly hard.
Life.
And I'm happy to know them. Or rather, I don't know if... I feel like know them would be a bit of a stretch. We know about each other's stuff.
Life.
And we support each other. We support each other in ways that we can. This is awesome. It is. For those of you who are unaware, I'm Giraffestev, president of Long Boy Club, large enjoyer of games, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are just kind of chilling out. I'm going around my Animal Crossing island, and we are working on a few things here and there. We're working on a few things here and there. Right now, as you can see, this is awesome. This is awesome. As you can see, I do have a follower goal right now. If we get to 1,000 followers, if we get to 1,000 followers, if we get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd, which is my birthday, holy shit, hey, Stev. Feather. What are you doing here? Did you come in from Snake's stream? Turned into Dom on the mic. We can't hear you, bro. I'm actually gonna like mute this shit real quick. As you can see, we do have a follower goal right now. If we get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd, we will play Wrestling Empire on stream. It's a very goofy wrestling game. It's a very cool wrestling game. I have a special playthrough in mind for it. A special season mode that calls back to the very first wrestling game I played on this stream as a VTuber. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. We are gonna have a lot of fun with it, but it's only gonna happen if we get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd. The road to 1,000 followers is on. Play another pony game. I want to see more bunny herding. How much would it take for me to play the sequel to Maritime Bay on stream? Because I know that there's a sequel coming out, and it looks the exact same as Maritime Bay. Like, they basically made no changes. It looks the exact same. It looks like it plays the exact same. There's a sequel. There will be.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos
Homunculus,
break,
you need
my
to shut
dudes.
the fuck up while I'm trying to do a little pitch here. That would be the funniest shit ever. No. You think I'm lying? It's real. It's real. In fact, I'm going to show you it after we go to the ad break because I need to fulfill my obligations to Father Bezos.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
How about fighting games?
How about
Of course,
fighting
we have to
games,
begin
chat?
with Acclaim's long-awaited WWF Attitude. While we have yet to review the N64 version, the PlayStation version did not live
Just
up
gonna
to
go ahead and
expectations.
do this real quick,
The
chat.
graphics are very disappointing, especially during entrances, but the character animations are well done. Some modes do not even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the
I
manual.
can't believe they made
but some are
another
listed
one
in
at the
Creator
same
Wrestler
price
section.
with how everyone complained about
Controls
the
are
pricing.
okay,
I
but the
can't believe it
400+
either.
moves are not easy to
Honestly.
remember and have no logical
Also,
connection
I
to
need a
any
roll
particular
call. How
button.
many of you are in an ad
For
right
example,
now?
the ass
How many
kisser
of you
move
are like?
uses ups instead of downs.
How many of you are like
Still,
in an ad right
you can't
now?
beat a game that offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting 1 skinny white turd. You don't get to do that every day.
Welcome to the Long Boy Club stream, chat. And where we have a man that will say this with his whole chest without even flinching. I just got out. Well, welcome back to Raw, Feather. Also, speaking of you, Feather. Why the hell are they talking like Stone Cold? Why are they talking like Stone Cold Steve Austin? God.
What are they kissing? Oh no! Oh no!
I mean, listen, we've been having a lot more. We've been having a lot more gay shit on wrestling lately, especially on AEW. So yeah, maybe they were kissing. There's nothing wrong with that. How much can of whoop ass did you have to drink
excuse
before?
me, we're back,
How
my
much can of
dudes.
whoop ass did they have to drink before this? Well, about as much as it would take to fill up these last 3 circles here, because I made the thing, chat. I've been making the thing, or rather, I've been adding to the thing as we've been going throughout tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. And that thing is, of course, a Twitter circle-esque collage of people who have sent me their profile pictures in the Discord server. I wanted to do this as a bit of a tribute to the Long Boy Club because we have been just riding high for like this entire fucking year. And I really do have all of you to thank for that. Y'all have been instrumental in in just helping me sort of gain more confidence in myself to sort of try new things and experiment more. And also to help me find sort of the type of content that, you know, I feel that I'm good at. So thank you. I really, really, really appreciate all of you so much. And if you want to be added to this collage, join the Discord server. Just join the Discord server outright. Just join the Discord server outright. We have a lot of fun over there. We are watching My Little Pony Friendship is Magic on Sundays right now. We are in the middle of season 6. It's been very fun so far. We also watch wrestling and movies. We have a special tabletop role-playing game session played, or rather planned for hopefully the next few months. And apparently my roommate is very close to having that finalized. Is wearing a cute little necktie. It's a popsicle stick, you see. That's a popsicle stick, you see. This right here is the one other piece of merch I would like to make. Aside from the Long Boy plushie, and maybe Long Boy Club stickers or pins. I want the Giraffe ice cream bars, chat. They gotta be like chocolate banana flavored, and they gotta be sold at your local Kroger. Or Walmart. Whichever one tickles your fancy. It needs to be on store shelves in like a limited run capacity. Would they be lemon or chocolate? I don't know if I would. Would lemon and chocolate be good? I mean, I guess if it's like lemon cookies, right? That might be good. If it's like, you know, a chocolate frosted lemon cookie, that might be good, right? No, but it matches your colors. But so does banana. Banana. Maybe some caramel in there. Oh, caramel would be good too. Yeah. would a caramel banana taste good? I feel like that would be like, because like, you know, bananas are already like, you know, an acquired taste anyways. And caramel is a bit of a funky flavor as it is. So like if you combine two funky flavors, I don't know if the world would be able to handle that. I don't know if the world would be able to handle that much weirdness in one ice cream bar. You know? But no, that's like the thing that I want to accomplish. Before I retire from this, I need to be able to say that I got the Longboy Club ice cream bar on store shelves, complete with the gumball eyes, crucially. Crucially, the gumball eyes need to be there, otherwise what's the point? You know? Otherwise, what is the point of having it there in the first place? There is none. There's no point in having it without the gumball eyes that absolutely fuck up the composition of the piece. You know? There's absolutely no point. But no, chat. There are like a couple other things I want to do. Too, right? 12-inch long ice cream bar. Oh, foot long ice cream? You gotta sell those like individually then. They can't be like in a box. They need to be like, they need to be sold like separately, right? Like if your local ice cream truck comes by, you know, with a little, with a little ditty. What do you mean banana is an acquired taste? I mean, I know, listen, I know more people that dislike bananas more than they like bananas. I know a lot of certified nanner not enjoyers. The Longboy brand pregnancy test? I don't know if I would go that far. I don't know if I'd go that far, but that shit is like a Dante's Inferno level marketing strategy. I don't know if you remember, chat, but back in like the early 2010s, I believe, there was a game called Dante's Inferno. It was made by Visceral. And the way that they marketed the game was absolutely insane. Like, they had like a marketing campaign that had like all these different sort of layers to it, right? It was meant to represent like the 7 deadly sins. Like one of them was they would send like, you know, a journalist like a music box that played Rick Astley on them, and they also came with a hammer. And they were basically, it was basically like a thing of like, how long will it take for them to smash the box after listening to hours of Never Gonna Give You Up? And when they smashed it, they had a little pamphlet in there that said, "You have succumbed to wrath." It was actually like the best thing. It was actually like the best thing of all time. Although a little more ill-conceived is the time that they had a certain press event at E3 that was meant to represent lust, and where they had Nights of Lust with, you know, conventionally attractive females inside of like little photo booths, right? Which you gather that many gamers in a room and you put that in front of them. There was absolutely no way in hell that something like that was ever going to turn out in anything but a disaster, you know? And predictably, they had to apologize for doing that. But like, you put that much low fucking testosterone and just down badness in one vicinity, it is going to be a disaster, you know? I might have to check it out. Oh, what? I'm a Dante's Inferno? What ring of sin do you like? Well, I like to think that I am a man of lust. But really, I'm a man of gluttony. Really, I'm a man of gluttony. I recommend checking out the What Happened video on Dante's Inferno, because it is genuinely insightful. I am Ace, yes. What the fuck? What happened to the thingamabobber? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, okay. Where the heck did the sound go? Where did the sound go, chat? That was incredible. You just throw it in abject silence. Holy shit, indeed. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. No, chat, along with, at least Big Kev works, Longboy branded Melon Baller. Melon Baller? Chat, do I look this up? Oh, it's like a drink. Now you're speaking my language. Do you all want to drink the Long Boy Martini? It'll keep you going all night long, baby. Just one shot of this and you'll keep the party going all night long. If you get my drift. It has to have the longest neck. It's gotta be, like, obnoxiously thin, too. Like, it's gotta come in, like, a specialized glass that's, like, obnoxiously thin. Right? Either that or it comes with, like, a really, like, obnoxiously long, crazy straw. Listen. If I ever drink alcohol, it's gotta be with the bendy straw. I'm gonna go to Galacon, and I've been like, and there's a possibility that like I'll be on a panel at Galacon, and if I go up there and if I have to bring a drink, I will literally just take. I'll literally just thank you for clipping that, Feather. Thank you for clipping that legendary throw. I was talking about giraffe-shaped melon scooper. Well, listen, I think that this is also better. I think that we need to get the Long Boy Martini or the long beverage in store shelves like yesterday. Well, listen, you people. He's othering chat. Long Boy fruit snacks. Well, all right, chat. What would be the shapes of Long Boy fruit snacks? I mean, one of them's got to be my face. One of them has to be the homunculus. Specifically this version of the homunculus in chat. Long Boy fruit by the foot. It's literally just like a giant neck that's just like stretched out over like a big like radius. No, chat. I want to show you something, and it's something that I've been working on for a little bit of a second here. And that is, we are making some new logos. We're making new logos, chat. No, not our friend Logos. He's fine just the way he is. I'm talking about these logos. We are redesigning the Long Boy Club. Princess Frosty, thank you very much for following, my friend. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Thank you very much for following. In fact, we've had... Oh, hold on. We've had quite a few people follow, and I just not thanked them personally, so I'm going to change that. Thank you to... Hold on just a second. Thank you to Princess Frosty, Razzle Dazzle, the Weasel, Over-Caffeinated Paranoia. Jesus, I can... Man. Impish Sparrow, Shamrock Burr, the Cod Dude, and Zero Moss 425. Thank you very much for following, everyone. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I appreciate all of you for freaking following. Again, if you've not followed yet, I would appreciate it we have 160 followers to go before before Wrestling Empire can be officially penned for the books. Longboy Skyrim mod. Just like make all the necks of the dragons extremely long. But no. We recently held a couple polls. Or just, you know, just kind of a thought gathering session between the Discord server, Twitter, and Blue Sky. And the majority of people seem to kind of gravitate towards the first ones. They like the minimalist stuff here, and they also like the more traditional Pegasus wings. I genuinely thought that number 4 was going to be like the fan favorite, but that was actually like that was actually the least requested one. I like tradition. I guess you do. But over time too, I've come to like number 1, probably the best, honestly. I've come to like number 1 the best because I enjoy how the wings are curved along his face, you know? Longboy Funko Pop. I'm suing if that happens. I'm taking both them and Slim Jim to court on a double lawsuit. Punching above the weight class.
Hello, Mario.
Greetings, I'm Princess Frosty. I'm a Derg Pony hybrid and a princess of my horde, and I like arts and crafts and games. I'm a cartoon artist and like meeting potential new friends. Well, you know, if you stick around here, you will find plenty of really cool people, Frosty. I appreciate you being here. Are you more of a streamer, or do you mostly draw stuff? Longboy as listen! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Make me into a pickaxe in Fortnite. Make me into a pickaxe in Fortnite, chat. Just like make me like really floppy, you know? Just make me like really floppy like a pool noodle, you know? Longboy colored nerds candy. Now that would be the chocolate and banana stuff. Longboy Pez, the Longboy pickaxe, hella kick-ass. Now that would debut alongside my Fortnite creator code. Longboy Pez dispenser, it's 2 feet long. Chat, why don't I have all of you as a marketing department? Why don't I have all of you as the marketing department? But no, to finish up with the logo stuff here, I'm gonna have one more poll. I'm gonna have one more poll here to narrow down the choices. Because right now, it seems like 1 and 2 are the most popular options. So now we have narrowed the choices down from 4 to 2. We're gonna narrow it down one more time, down to the final one. In fact, let's do it right now. Longboy branded crowbars. That feels like I'm gonna get sued. Longboy brand crank radio. If someone figures out the time traveling part, we need to make that and take it like back to like the 1950s or something. You know? That would sell gangbusters among the novelty department. Because if there's one thing that people in the 50s and 60s like, it's stupid fucking novelties. You know? The Longboy crowbar, what a weapon! Again, chat, I'm pretty sure that would be liable. I'm pretty sure that would make me criminally liable eventually. So maybe we leave that on the cutting room floor. The Longboy rolling pin. If I ever make a VR chat room, we need to add bowling to it, and the bowling pins need to be like modeled after me, right? Like they need to have like my face on the top of the pin. And the body of the pins is like yellow with brown spots, you know? There are spots in the light. Longboy brand lanterns, they cast only yellow and caramel colored lights. Longboy soup ladle. Soup. Chat. Why am I not noting this shit down? Hold on. I'm gonna post the poll, and then we need to run all this back. We need to run back the past 20 minutes of shit. Longboy brand long ride. No! No! I'm not making deals with the NRA. I don't fucks with the National Rifle Association. Come on, Stev, get with the program. What do you mean? Are you saying get guns? Longboy branded guns. I mean, it would definitely be shocking, you know? It would definitely get me in the headlines, which, honestly, might not be so bad. Might not be so bad. Like, if I do, like, a small giveaway of, like, 5 airsoft Longboy long rifles, then that would at least get attention, you know? It would turn heads and make people go, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is this guy? He is absolutely insane. Longboy brand boat paddle. Have you ever wanted to waterboard me? Well, now you can pretend to with the new Longboy Club boat paddle. Longboy golf clubs. I feel like we're just making pitches to like Dick's Sporting Goods at this point. Like we got golf clubs, boat paddles, airsoft rifles. Like fuck. Like fuck, I may as well be getting on the brand deal right now. You'd be able to reach all the way across to the shore with that paddle. No actual work required. Longboy javelins, yes. 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 Make me into the most dangerous son of a bitch of all time. The Longboy Club logo is getting a redesign, and we've narrowed the choices down to 2. And we narrowed the choices down to 2. Down to... I think Longboy Streaming Club would be good. Wait, what do you mean? What now? Number 2. Number 2. Number 2. Number 2. Everyone likes number 2! Are you a piss or shit kind of guy, chat? Because that's exactly what I'm gonna tell you to respond with. These are the finalists. These are the finalists. Whichever gets the most picks is the one. Piss better be on the right. No, piss is on the left, shit is on the left. No. Piss is on the left, shit is on the right. You cannot have both piss and shit on one side. You can only have one or the other. Are you a piss boy or shit boy? Longboy canned cream. Ew, ew, ew. So on and so forth. I can't... Longboy brand wrestling rings. Longboy hot sauce. Chat. You know what? I probably would have my own hot sauce, though. Or at least a wing sauce, right? Longboy ketchup. Whichever gets the most picks will be the new design. Design for the server and beyond. reply with 1 or 2. Giraffe vote. There you go. Long Boy Bass Bro Shop. Okay, chat. Hold on just a second. We need to go into Google Drive. We need to go into Google Drive. We need to write this down. We need to write all of this down, chat. All right. Thank you all for joining me for tonight's marketing session. It's very great to have you all here as my focus group and as my lovely and reliable Longboy Club. I need to know your thoughts on just which things that we're going to shill to the masses. All right? I'm going to give you a few minutes here to just pitch your ideas. Okay? Give them to me now. Twisty straws. Twisty straws. Tire iron. Merch ideas. Longboy brand Twizzlers. What the fuck did we get before? Boat paddle, golf clubs, gym socks, ice cream bar, cell phones, shades, lollipops, longy pops, chat. What the fuck else do we even say? Longboy Boat Pal was a good one. It was a good one. Rifle? Sure, why not? We'll put it in there. Javelins. Shaving kit. Knives. Milk. Back scratcher. That one's actually real good. Curtain rod. Torque. Wrench. Bowling pins. All right, chat, you got one more loop of this. Give me your ideas. Give me all your ideas. Pins. Wearable pins. Stickers. Washi. Steel chair. Rubber chicken. Measuring tape. Longboy puppets would rule. Puppets. Firefox-based browser. We'll have our own Opera GX chat. Ladder. Silverware set. Rugs. It's literally just a giant picture of my face.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Give me your stuff! Airbus? What's that? Pickaxe. Fortnite. Mark-ass Brown. Wait, hold on. Snooze! Alright, chat, you got a little more time. Hot dogs. Oh, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Steel cage. Bike for 4. Wild hog. My hog. Fuck it, shirts. Even though I hate shirts. Posters. Toilet paper. I do have Javelin in there. Bricks. Lampshades. I enjoy brick the most, chat. 10 seconds. Oh, I saw Ultimate Grill. I saw Ultimate Grill. Time's up. Time's up, chat. Time's up. Time's up. Time is up. Time is up. But I'm gonna get all of your suggestions in there. Cat Tower. I feel like a cat tower would fucking rule. Ceramic knickknacks could mean anything, though. Grabby stick? what, like a Stretch Armstrong thing? Torch? Heater? Alright, chat, I think we've assembled quite the long list of merchandise here. You know? I feel like we've assembled quite the list of merch. We have, from top to bottom, in no particular order, we have... Give me a second, I need to properly set the music up for what... for the ridiculousness here. We got twisty straws, tire iron, Twizzlers, boat paddle, golf clubs, gym socks, ice cream bar, cell phone, shades, lollipops, rifle, javelins, shaving kit, knives, milk, back scratcher, curtain rod, torque wrench, bowling pins, wearable pins, stickers, plushies, steel chairs, rubber chicken, measuring tape, puppets, Firefox-based browser, ladders, silverware set, runs, diving board, airbus, pickaxe from Fortnite, hot dog, steel chair, wait, no, that's steel cage. Bike for 4, wild hog, shirts, posters, toilet paper, bricks, lamp shades, ultimate grill, necklace, cat tower, grabby stick, torch, and heater. You just made the list, Brick, you stupid idiot. You just made the list! It's the Bionicle shit post all over again. Well, hold on. It's not the Bionicle shitpost until I add this. Now it's the Bionicle shitpost! And grilled salmon. Fuck it. Rusty nails. Before time ran you, I said long boy necklaces. We got necklaces in there. Coins. I feel like a long boy coin would do well. That's the currency. My god, chat. That's gotta be like the fucking channel points now. They gotta be like long coin or something like that. The long boy shit post is complete. This right here is all of the merch ideas. Longboy X MLP toy collab. Longboy edibles. Oh no. I mean, like, listen. I may be a stoner, but you know what? No. If I really wanted to like make waves, I gotta penetrate
It's almost
the
time
market
for a
in places where it hasn't
120
been
seconds
penetrated
minute
yet.
Cheetos break, my dudes.
And what better place to penetrate than right where it counts? In the fucking brainstem.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Also, Rob was on after this.
The ape is back in his first
Oh,
action
boy.
game ever, Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah,
What makes this game so
baby.
remarkable is that it's the first game created with fully rendered graphics.
Let's
What
go.
the heck is fully rendered? To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means
Right, well,
that
this
the characters and all
this
other
actually gives me a
graphics were created
this actually
by
gives me a
computer
moment to
modeling from
put
all
the
sides and angles of the
Long
object.
Boy Club
Thus,
logo
animation
stuff
is
onto
totally
Blue Sky
complete
as
and
well,
uninhibited
and also on
using any
YouTube
view of
because
the
I need to
object.
put it on YouTube
The
as well.
technology is not incredibly different than that which was used to create the dinosaurs of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park or The Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D
Who started
rendering
this
in
off with
game is
Long
the
Boy
water level.
brand
The
pregnancy
shark,
test? I'm
also
pretty
known as
sure that
Tom
was Dan.
Jr., is an incredible sight. The
Wow.
animation of everything in the game, as well as all the backgrounds, were created
Me when
with
I
rendering
test
techniques
positive on the
Silicon
Long Boy
Graphics
Club
computers.
pregnancy
This amazing
test.
new technology, discovered at Rare by
Wow.
Tony Harmon, will be the next standard in video game animation and graphics. This
Incredible.
technology marks a new era. The programmers of Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history. The main idea of the story is that you're trying to get back the bananas that were stolen from your stockpile. Kong, Diddy are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels
Kong
on the
and
island of
Diddy
Donkey
are the
Kong
main
Country,
monkey
you'll encounter
characters.
several characters that are extremely diverse in
Donkey and
personality.
Diddy.
From an ostrich named Espresso to a rhino named Rambi,
Donkey.
the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness. Cranky Kong, the star of the original game and also DK's grandfather, will give you advice throughout the game. He thinks you need it. Hundreds of bonus levels result in a game that will never be boring. The music also adds a lot to the game. Play it loud and stereo, dude.
The positive
You can buy
indicator is just
music on
homunculus
CD from Nintendo
voice saying
if your Nintendo
congratulations.
isn't
Nom nom.
on
Oh,
stereo.
Congratulations.
Remembers music in the old days, but Donkey
The
Kong
author
is
of the Long Boy
truly with the
pregnancy
times,
test.
so to speak. His music is great for listening. Just pause the game to hear the music.
So
without
chat,
the
I'm
game
gonna
sound
go
effects.
back and I'm gonna
Speaking
just
of
do the
sound
thing that I
effects,
did
you'll notice
before,
the
but
quality of the echoes in the
now that we're
caves
back, it's
and
gonna be
Donkey
really
Kong's
funny.
8 noises.
Okay? It's gonna be really funny now that we're back.
All other graphics were created by computer
Me when I test positive on the Long Boy Club pregnancy test.
modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited using
Me when
any
I test
view of the
positive
object. The technology
on the
is
pregnancy
not
test.
incredibly different
It's
than
coming
that
up,
which
it's
was
coming
used
up,
to
it's
create
coming
the
up.
Dinosaurs of Steven
coming up.
Spielberg's Jurassic Park or The Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D rendering in this game is the water level. The
This
shark,
right here.
also known as Chomps Jr.
Long Boy
is an
pregnancy test.
incredible
There.
sight.
Me when I
Animation of
test
everything in
positive
the
on the
game,
Long
as
Boy
well as
pregnancy
all the
test.
backgrounds, were created with rendering.
There, I did it,
the
chat.
Game of the decade.
I got the joke in. I got the joke in. I got it in, chat. Slipped it right under there. I slid it into the DMs. Why is it so ominous? Why does it end with that, chat? That's so scary. Test has CGI fully rendered graphics. The Long Boy pregnancy test was was created with Silicon Graphics computers. All right, now we gotta wait for the thing to come back on, otherwise it's gonna be weird and wiggy. There we go. But yeah, chat. Like, legitimately, I have been, like, thinking about things that, you know, I could maybe run as, like, a limited merch thing. I don't really want to do shirts. I mean, I know that, like, shirts are kind of, you know, like a go-to, right? But that shit just lasts, like, a month, and then... and then you take it, like, out of the dryer, and then there's holes in it. It's always made, like, out of the shittiest material, you know? If I do shirts, I would like it to be, like, made out of stuff that will last, right? Because I've been to way too many concerts, I've been to way too many wrestling shows. I know what they use to make that stuff, and it is not very good quality, you know? If we're being 100% serious here, and we're not, you know, thinking about bringing things like torque wrenches and guns to the market, I think that I'm gravitating towards 3 things in particular. A scarf would also be cute, yes. How is it I see people wearing concert shirts from 20 years ago then? They were probably made of better material, you know? Either that or they...
Hi there.
Hi, hi, Homunculus. And hi there, Catman. Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. We're talking about potential merch. Or just kind of, you know, I'm shooting the breeze about it. I don't want to be too self-serving here because, you know, I can't imagine that, you know, it's all too... I don't know. In my head, people are like, oh, fucking hell, here he goes, talking about things that he wants to do but he won't do because, you know, he's way too busy. But, you know, genuinely...
We're going to make off like bandits with these marketing ideas, Father.
What's your favorite out of these, Homunculus? But no. A hat would be cool. A scarf would be cute. Absolutely not. We friggin' love the Stev talk. Well, then I'll keep talking, if that's what you guys want. I'm gravitating towards 3 ideas. I'm gravitating towards plushies, posters, and pins. The 3 Ps. The 3 Ps, chat. Plushies, posters, and pins. Those are my sort of like things I'm gravitating towards the most, right? Especially a plushie. Like, I think a big and soft plushie of my head, I think that would be really, really cool. You know? I think that'd be really cool. Either that or create like a pool noodle type thing and where it's like really long, right? but it's just the neck and the head, right? I think that'd be so cute. Along with that, posters would be cool. I would need to get some art made that you know, someone would be fine with like putting on a poster. And the third idea is pins. Obviously, if we do that, we need to include, you know, the new version of the Longboy Club logo. Like, that's gotta be a pin. And don't worry, like, all of this is, like, royalty-free stuff here. So I could market this if I wanted to. I could make merch out of this if I wanted to and not get in trouble for it. I feel like we gotta make one of the homunculus, right? Maybe the homunculus, like, with cheese snacks. And also one that's probably just my face, right? You don't have far to look for some incredibly... you don't have to look far for some incredibly talented artists. Oh, I know. I know. It's just, you know, I would need to sort of, you know, make sure that they would be fine with me using their commissioned work on stuff that, you know, they're probably not going to get any royalties from. Although I'd be fine with them getting royalties. It's just we would need to, you know, work that out. The homunculus with a bag of bones. We gotta make them, like, orange. So that way they're, like, legally distinct from the Cheetos bag of bones. No, I almost want to get, like the smack.
Lay the smack down.
Listen, these fucking merch ideas will lay the smack down on your wallet. Alright? And I do want to stress that anything that I make would be incredibly limited run, you know? Like, we're talking, like, 20 pins, maybe? Or 10 plushies. And it would be a thing in where it's, like, it's a first come, first serve. And if enough people want them, I'll obviously, like, you know, commission more. But I think a good starting place would be, like, 20 pins, right? A good place would be, like, 20 pins. And...
Hello, Mario.
10 plushies. Hey, Cookie, welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. Hold on just a second. So, by the way, speaking of the Long Boy Club logo, chat, if you're on Twitter or if you're on Blue Sky right now, I do have
Pikachu.
Is that your favorite Pokemon? Mr. Homunculus? No, speaking of the Long Boy Club logo, chat, we are currently deciding on the last two choices of the new design. So my GPU died as I tabbed back in here, LMAO. You're too powerful. The power of these merch ideas completely just overclocked your PC. Your, like, PayPal account just couldn't handle the earning potential. And so now, you have absolutely no choice but to support the Long Boy Club on a financial basis. Why are you booing me? We're right. We're right. We're right. We're right. In that this is a money idea. Ashley, come on. Come on now. No. Why are you booing me, chat? Ow. I will persevere, chat. I will stay determined. I cannot give up just yet.
Nothing beats a
cool, refreshing sip of water. Thank you. I actually have the PewDiePie gamer juice with me right now. Mocha with the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Thank you very much for sending your lovely community on over here. For those of you who do not know, my name's Giraffestev. Why is the sound effect not playing? Why is the sound effect not playing? Well, you miss anyways, Ashley, you suck. The husband is raiding your garden. All your carrots are belong to us. What the fuck is up, Stev? Hi, Sax. We're going over merch ideas right now. Some of them being stuff that's feasible, some of them being torque wrench, javelins, shaving kits, steel chairs, and actual fucking airsoft guns. Those are the ideas that were friggin' bouncing around. Also, yes, absolutely go follow Mocha. They are one of the more recent streamer friends of mine. And they are absolutely incredible. They're great. Oh yeah, Bricks too. Bricks is also on the list of potential merchandising ideas. We're really cornering the construction worker demographic, chat. I just sent it to your house and it's like a foam brick. It's like a foam brick. Like you try to like throw it, you try to throw it through the house of like fucking
Meow.
Old Man Jenkins. And it just ricochets. As long as it's a Kentucky long rifle. I mean, listen. If we make the guns, it's gotta be an airsoft long rifle. The long gun. I love it. My roommate literally just said long sword, chat. We're putting that down. It needs to have the inscription of the Long Boy Club on the hilt, you know? It needs to have the inscription on the hilt. Watch out, we're gonna be creating lightsabers next. The pommel has your face on it. I love it. Long boy sword, long boy sword, long boy sword. I love it. I absolutely love it. But yeah, what the fuck is up, guys? Mocha, hopefully you had a fun time over in your stream. Hopefully you had fun with whatever it was that you did. Hold on just a second. Mocha, what were you doing? I want to know.
Spare serotonin, please.
Long boy lever action rifle. I need to figure out how to gauge interest in these stupid fucking ideas. Because obviously, I feel like the 3 Ps need to be made. It's gotta be posters, pins, and plushies, at least. Right? Maybe shirts, too. If we just want to go kind of like the cheap route. A long boy pencil would be pretty neat. Like, especially, like, if the eraser is my head, right? I think that would be really cute, honestly. Just, like, make, like, little pencil toppers. Like, with my head. But yeah, Mocha, if you need to raid and run, that's absolutely fine. I appreciate you bringing your community on over here anyways. Hopefully you had fun over on your end, my friend. But yeah, like I said before, if I were to make a Long Boy plush or Long Boy Club pins, it would probably be like extremely limited run. I probably like gauge interest, and just kind of maybe like shoot for a little lower than that, you know? Because just because people say they're interested doesn't mean they'll buy it. And that's absolutely fine. Like, no one has to buy anything. But the Long Boy Pencil Battle Royal will be legendary. That will be the Fortnite pickaxe, the pencil topper. It'll be just a giant pencil with my head on it. Call me Woody. Wild Woody! Who, no joke, recently appeared in a pornographic kart racer. Which is probably the least shocking thing that happened in 2024. Wild Woody is known for 2 things. It is known for the Oni Plays videos, and it's known for appearing in a kart racer with massive yabos and melons and peaches. You know? With massive yabos and cakes. That is his claim to fame. Because it sure isn't for the game. The game is actually, like, awful. I played it, like, a couple years ago when I hacked my Sega Genesis Mini. And I actually put Wild Woody on there. It's bad, chat. It is no good. And no amount of Fred Durst on the fucking boss battle themes will change that. No amount of Fred Durst on the fucking boss battle theme is gonna change how bad Wild Woody is. You can't even put a backwards baseball cap on Woody, chat. It's not true Limp Bizkit content. But yeah, there were a couple other things I wanted to do. I also kind of wanted to, like, go over just kind of, you know, just general, like, aesthetics of the stream, too, because I'm gonna be honest, we are now done with Animal Crossing. We're done. That portion of the stream is now over. It is now a just chatting stream from here on out. I'm thinking that I kind of want to redesign my stream assets again, like, in general. I just want to lean more into the wrestling stuff, because it's the stuff that I'm most passionate about, and it's the stuff that you guys seem to really gravitate towards as well, right? And I feel like that I will be at my best if I'm able to play into that more. Now, my main thing is I don't know how to properly execute that, because my concept is wrestling mixed with a safari. Now, what does that look like? I'm not entirely sure. You know? I'm not entirely sure. But I've been talking over with Phoenix a little bit, and and her and I have been bouncing around ideas here and there. I just need to sketch some things out and then find someone to create them. Because I want them to be, you know, animated for one thing. But I also want them to feel, you know, like we're in a place, right? Like it isn't just, you know, a chat overlay. Like we're in a space. Stev and Phoenix are cooking. Fucking me and Phoenix always cook when we work together.
316.
Says I just whipped your ass. I love that giraffes have neck fights. We battle for mates like no one else, chat. Better watch out. Better watch out. Yeah, Phoenix is a very good bean. She is one of my closest friends and someone that I always enjoy working with. So definitely go and follow her if you haven't. I mean, fucking click on her emote up there. Heather's been using them the whole time, so I'm gonna go and click on one of them and go and follow her if you haven't, because she is legitimately great. Legitimately great creator and legitimately great person. So yeah. Yes, exactly. Get into the Phoenix rave. Right there. But yeah, in terms of like overlays, I want to combine wrestling with a safari. And I want to sketch some things up for that. The only issue is that I am a dog shit artist. I can't draw for shit, right? I can't even draw a mean stick figure. Which is why I usually have other people do art for me. I could maybe concept something out, but I'm worried that what I draw will not be enough for the artist, you know? Because what I want, right, is something like this, right? So I want to replace the just... Rather, I want to replace the starting soon and BRB screens with like a view of like a Titantron, right? And it's like from the perspective of someone that's inside a wrestling ring, right? And you know, like you probably have like the Lomboy Club logo up there along with like, you know, a countdown timer. Cool, refreshing sip of water. Hey, thank you. More PewDiePie gamer juice. It would also have a new just chatting screen. This right here would be completely redone. Instead of something like this and where I'm jutting my head out from trees, I think it would be cute to have me like at a commentary booth, right? Whether that be made from trees or made from like, you know, wood or something like that, like with a bunch of critters on it. I really want to lean into that aspect, you know? So like the just chatting area, that would be kind of like, you know, at a commentary booth. We should get Gira's entrance video on the BRB screen Titantron. Well, speaking of the Titantron, that would be where the actual, like, gaming area is. So, like, what I'm envisioning is that, like, I would be, like, in a picture-in-picture type thing. Like, from the commentary desk. And, like, you know, in the bigger picture, that would be sort of like, you know, an up-close version of the Titantron. That has the game going on in it, you know? I think that would be really cool. I think that would be really cute. Also, for those of you who are not wrestling aficionados, the Titantron is this. It's essentially the giant video screen. It's this, chat. It's the thing where the videos play on. These days, I don't know if it's still called a Titantron because we haven't had, like, actual, like, wrestling entrance videos in so long. The only exceptions right now are probably people on the indies, and oddly enough, Chris Jericho. Jericho has, like, a Lionheart thing sometimes, and that, like, actually has, like, highlights from his career. Specifically in Japan and in All Elite Wrestling. So yeah, like, it would be something like this. Probably not slanted, because that would be kind of annoying. But it would certainly kind of, like, be in this vein, right? I don't know. I just think it would be really cool to essentially make, like, our own, like, wrestling stage to signify the streams. I think that would be so fucking rad. But yeah, that's kind of, like, the big picture that I have in mind, right? I have a lot of things in mind that would be pretty stylish. It would be! It would be! It would be so cool! It would be so cool, chat. But you know what's also cool? All of you. All of you, because we are almost at the 4-hour mark, and it doesn't even feel like any time has passed by. Instead of the giant fist, have your head and neck smashing through the wall. Oh, yeah, we do! We gotta reference the Hello Mario thing there. Mama! And it's like... it's like jutting through, like, the SmackDown fist. Hold on. SmackDown set. This shit.
Go.
Or go. It's gotta be this, chat, but instead of the giant fist, it's gotta have, like, you know, all of this right here. It's gotta be like a giant giraffe head jutting through. That'll be the ultimate, like, just blending of references. It'll be the SmackDown reference along with the Hello Mario reference. It would be great. It would be so cool. Oh, I'm such a fucking dork over this, chat. I'm such a dork. RKO from out of nowhere. That would be one heck of a commission and very worth it. It would. It would. It would be even more stylish if we had, like, pyro happening, like, once, like, the countdown reaches 0. And maybe a little Titantron, too, or, like, you know, a little sizzle reel. That kind of takes us to, like, the commentary booth. I don't know if I would want to have, like, you know, like, a classic show open theme for, like, familiarity's sake. But it's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting. It's tempting to just get... It's tempting to just get this, right? It is tempting to just get this. Like this shit. This right here is the vibe. The eternal vibe. Ultimate Giraffe butt rock. Yes. We need to have the butt rock open. Best Raw theme, by the way. I think that's undisputed. Either that or oddly Nickelback. The kings of butt rock, Nickelback. Listen, I am a Nickelback
It's almost time for a
truther.
120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
In the sense that I will, like, listen to some of their music, like, completely without irony, right? Even though some of it is really corny, even though some of it is actually pretty bad. I'll listen to some of their stuff with absolutely no irony.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Joe. Welcome to tonight's Long Play Club meeting. We are unfortunately reaching the end of our time here together tonight. But we will have one more ad break first.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. It's sure damn that's good. It's been amazing.
It seems as though the battle between the Nintendo
I mean, all I've been
64
doing
and
is just
PlayStation
talking
will be
shit.
directly related to players' choices between Super
I
Mario
mean, I'm glad that you
64
guys
and
enjoy
Resident
me
Evil.
talking shit.
These games are the beachhead
But
of their
that's
respective systems.
that feels like
But
that's
which is
all I'm
better?
doing.
Well, let's go through this point by point. Mario has
But I appreciate all you sticking around for my
talking
talking shit.
scenes. Evil has real voices for its characters, but Mario and his friends are mute. Mario doesn't require you to solve impossible puzzles to win the game.
What do you mean Mario is mute?
Actually, you won't solve tons of them.
Mario is very, very, very much loud
So
and
what's the bottom
obnoxious.
line? Super Mario 64 wins by a close call. It's more visual and immersive than Resident Evil. However, to our knowledge, no Nintendo 64 game
You
has
want
voices and
quintessential
dialogue
wrestling
yet.
butt rock
That's a big
though, chat.
mistake, and we hope that changes. It's not just the graphics that players want. The Nintendo 64 is still very young though.
How about your
The
boys
Super NES didn't start off with Donkey Kong
How about
Country
your
quality,
boys
so don't expect tomorrow
in
from the
Drowning
N64
Pool?
today. We still
Mario
have to wait
be
for
on
the
that
64
emo
DVD
only
to come out.
energy.
This disk drive add-on will be used in
For
new
real.
64 games
For
in the
real.
future. All this talk makes us wonder.
What's going on with Sega?
Well,
What
listen to
isn't
the
going
soundbite
on
from
with
Sega
Sega?
President Tom Kalinske.
Our technology comes from the arcade world. You can't take arcade games, advanced computer graphics in the arcade world, and run them on the most advanced PC today. But you can run them on Saturn. Saturn is more advanced than either PlayStation or Nintendo 64. It has three
Shut up.
32-bit processors in it.
Well, look, Sega. If all this is true, then why aren't you on top? You make a game
That's
like Mario
actually a
64,
sick diss,
and then we'll
though.
talk. Until then, we rest our case.
If you're so good, then why aren't you on top? Friggin' George Wood coming in with the heaters in,
Oh, excuse
in
me, we're back,
1990,
my
whatever.
dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. You want to see quintessential wrestling butt rock? This is it. I do actually like this, even though it's, like, actually pretty bad. You have a good night, the COD, dude. Thank you for joining us tonight for the Long Boy Club meeting. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. You could play the most advanced arcade game on the most advanced computer. Otherwise, what the hell were they made on? This is an eternal place in the Wrestling Theme Hall of Fame, chat. Rise Up on SmackDown has an eternal place in the tapestry of wrestling theme music. It is. Yes. Even though this isn't really all that good. And you're fucking listening to it right now. And even I have to admit that it isn't very good because honestly Drowning Pool sucks real bad. But in the context of wrestling, it's legendary. Like, listen to this singing. It's so it is the most try hard of butt rock. Like, you listen to this, and this cannot be their natural singing voice, right? This is not what they sound like. I was gonna ask what's its significant. Are you asking, like, what the significance of this song is? For me, it is the music that I associate most, like, with this particular, like, era of SmackDown. Like the early to late 2000s era of SmackDown. This was the first version of it, and then they re-recorded it in a version that actually sounds better. So, in a version that actually sounds, like, good. But, like, even then, it's still not all that great. But in the context of wrestling, this kind of music is very much in the Hall of Fame when it comes to quintessential music in wrestling. But yeah, chat, it is almost 4 hours and I've been talking your ear off for like a long time. Like music that just, you hear it and you're just teleported back to that era. Exactly. Like, listen, if you do not have this, if your mind is not able to picture a heater match between like Edge, Kurt Angle, Rey Mysterio, Chavo, and Chavo and Eddie Guerrero, and Chris Benoit, yes. When you listen to this music, if you cannot imagine a heater match on an episode of SmackDown, when you're listening to this music, you simply will not get it. You know? You simply will not understand it. But you can also envision, you know, Kurt Angle tranquilizing the Big Show. John Cena as WWE champion. Batista as world champion. And just shit like that, you know? I will admit that around the middle of that decade, SmackDown became really fucking weird. Like Kurt Angle, he was like the on-screen general manager for like the better part of a year, and he just went absolutely insane. Ah, yes, cowboy hat Kurt Angle too. How can we forget? Cowboy hat Kurt Angle. This guy right here. Him and his tiny cowboy hat. This right here is the kind of confidence that I want, chat. Where I can show up as an Olympic gold medalist, this super accomplished guy, and I just show up in a tiny hat. Like this. I want that confidence. When you look back at Batista, there was no trace that he'd become a famous... Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, you fucking go back to all his promos, and he wears sunglasses in all of them. And the reason why he does is that he has, like, big stage fright. You know? He has, like, massive stage fright. But, you know, in 2024, I would argue that he's more prolific in Hollywood than The Rock is. I mean, the lineup of movies that he's in is definitely better. Because, like, you know, this is something that me and my roommate talked about, right? The Rock, you know, a lot of people say that, like, The Rock is, like, you know, the biggest, rather one of the biggest celebrities in Hollywood, but I feel like his biggest claim to fame is that he is the action star that you get when you have no other action stars, right? Like he is the action star you get when, like, I don't know, Keanu Reeves, like, cancels on you, right? Like, he's the fallback guy. Like, The Rock hasn't, I wouldn't say The Rock has ever been in a good movie. I would say Fast and Furious is probably, like, you know, one of the lone exceptions to that, right? I would say that's one of the lone exceptions. Everything else that he's in is mostly mid. But Batista, he's been in Marvel. I think he's been in DC as well. He's been in James Bond. I think he's also been in Fast and Furious. He's also, like, a collaborator, like, you know, like with guys like Mr. Beast and shit like that. I think that he's a bigger star. I think that he's a bigger star than either the Rock or maybe even John Cena. I honestly think that John Cena's better in Hollywood than The Rock, because I think that Cena has more versatility as a character, or at least, like, he's able to play kind of like more humorous roles along with more serious ones, right? I think he's got more range than The Rock, right? But in terms of action roles, I think that Batista clears them, right? Cena is definitely a more versatile actor. Yep. And The Rock has always been The Rock. The Rock plays a character well, but that's really all he does. He he has the one character. Whereas Cena's a lot more versatile, and I would say that Batista is probably more versatile than that. I mean, just look at Drax the Destroyer. Just look at Drax, right? Just look at Drax, and immediately you can just see how versatile that man is. Because Drax can go from like a comic relief type character to like this unstoppable badass at like the drop of a hat, right? No. I'm talking about Dave Batista. I'm talking about Batista. I feel bad that I missed out on the logo art thingy you were hosting, so I hope it's okay that I made you a fan art and posted it in your server. Frosty, first of all, thank you. But second of all, the logo stuff was not a competition. This is something that I made myself. I made 4 different ideas for the logo, right? And I wanted people to kind of help me narrow it down. It was not an art competition, but it was something I wanted people to vote on. And it seems like one is winning. It seems like one is winning, chat. I saw that horror movie that Batista was in, and he was really good even though the movie was bad. I mean, again, the versatility. Like, you think about Drax, you think about James Bond, you think about, like, all of the weird Netflix stuff he's been in. You think about, like, how he's able to also be a bit of a goofball, too. Like, like, even in stuff that's not movies. I mean, like, the Mr. Beast stuff. Have you ever seen, like, the video that he's in with Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast, Batista. Let's look it up, chat. Real quick.
In this video, we're gonna help over 100 different...
I see. Well, I still made you fan art. Well, let's see the fan art, then. First of all, thank you for friggin' joining the long... We got a couple new people in the Long Boy Clubhouse. It's crazy. Hold on. Oh, that's a heater! That's a heater, chat! Look at this! Look at this! This is incredible! This right here is insane. Fucking hell. This is incredible stuff here. It gives me like Cult of the Lamb vibes. This is awesome. This is awesome. Let's go and find Batista here. There he is.
That's all we have left. The first people are just not looking to adopt older dogs as much. And since that's all we have left, the further we go, the harder this gets. Some of these dogs are from a facility called a kill shelter. And because they are unable to refuse...
Go and follow Princess Frosty if you're in my Discord server. I bet she has her stuff.
But fortunately, that's not gonna happen. And up next, we're on day number 4. And this time, we have Dave Batista, who you might recognize from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Thank you.
This one's your favorite?
She's so loving.
And nothing else. I love how he doesn't even say WWE first. It's Guardians of the Galaxy. He doesn't even mention that he was a wrestler. Just an actor.
Thank you.
This one's your favorite?
She's so loving.
She's working.
I mean, that must be a testament, though, to how much he's been able to grow beyond wrestling.
Why don't you adopt me?
You're usually the adopter.
Yeah, I have 4. All rescues.
Might be 5 soon.
Yeah.
Look at us.
This is so fucking surreal, though, chat. Genuinely, this is like the most surreal thing of all time. The fact that Batista is working with Mr. Beast.
It was time for Dave's official initiation. This time, Dave's doing the adoption. Let's see how good of an actor he is.
Dave, when they walk in, bark and woof to them as a dog.
It's an everyday thing for me. Oh, it's kids.
Hello, how are you?
All right, you can stop. You can stop. I don't want to make it too hard on him.
Sorry for barking. I've been speaking to dogs all day.
And we have a prize for you.
We have a huge prize for you guys. Free pet food for life from Jinx. And we also have pet insurance for life for your pup, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
But wait, there's actually one more surprise.
There's actually one more surprise.
And then go to the beach painting, turn it around, and show them what it says on the back.
I hate Guardians of the Galaxy.
Thanks, guys.
With Dave now a part of the team, we were adopting dogs faster than...
But yeah, That's fun. That was something that really stuck with me. I already enjoy Mr. Beast stuff quite a bit, honestly, but that really pushed over the edge. But no, again, this is an absolute fucking barn burner. The Longboy Club now has fan art. This is incredible. This is incredible, chat. So, thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so fucking much. Chic Longboy. Do you think this is like, you know, like a Sultan sort of thing? Longboy Club fan art. I'm going to save this in my art folder with the rest of my fan art. Every single time that I get a piece of fan art, I save it. Princess Frosty. And I back it up too. It kind of has that 1970s chic look. Think so? 19... Let's see if we can get it. That is not the Iron Sheik. That's crazy. Fuck. That's not the Iron Sheik, brother.
Fucking bullshit!
Send me... Okay, so Ashley, send me an example of what you're talking about, please, because I want to be able to showcase this. Speaking of showcasing, chat, if you've not sent a profile picture in the Discord server, send it right now, because I want to fill this out. I want to fill this out. I don't want to leave 3 empty circles here. Send your profile picture in the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server right now if you've not done so already, because I want to fill out this collage. And maybe I'll make it even bigger as time goes on. I would like to. I sent mine. I know you did. You're right here. You're right here, Feather. You're right there. It's all good. Let's go get it in. Yes, get it in. Get it in. I don't want to end this stream with 3 empty slots. So give me your profile pic, chat. Look, Gary, there I am again. There you are. I tried to use your has-been OC, but it cut off the face and it looked weird. Like, this right here's what it looked like. It looks like this, Joe. I don't really think that's what you want. So I went with your Kingdom Hearts stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and put on Skyrim ambiance one more time. Whatever works best is good. Incredible. Send it in the general chat right now. Also, thank you to people who literally just joined the fucking Discord within the past couple hours. Thank you to Sin, Frosty, and holy shit, Snake Station? Holy shit. I got some shoes to fill, don't I? I got a lot of people to disappoint now. Hey, bud. Anytime I get rated in, now I'm always like the Meowth gif, you know? The one where he's like, I got a lot of people to disappoint. But I know I'm not disappointing anyone. I'm all good. You think it has a look like this? You think it has a look like this, Ashley? I mean, personally, I don't see it, but, like, listen. We're always down for more Shiki Baby. Even if it's not the one that we want. A little bit more ostentatious. The turban. What in the French hell am I looking at? You're looking at the sheik. A handsome Arab sheik using his mobile phone. The orange dyed goatee. Weird. I can kind of see it, I guess. Oh, the glasses. The glasses. Okay. Well, that's kind of how I stylized the logo anyways, too. So you know what? If anything, being compared to Shiki Baby, I'll take that. I'll take that shit all day, every day.
Fucking bullshit!
Not at all. You're an incredible VTuber, Stev. Well, you know, I would not be incredible without you guys. Genuinely. I've said it a few times, and I'll say it many more times, but it is very true. I appreciate everyone here. Damn, Iron Sheik was muscled back in the day. He was! He was a big boy now. He was a big fucking boy! Fucking big boy bullshit! Chad, I don't think we'll be able to fill out the rest of this. But I'm not... My thing is, I don't want to go on Twitter and, like, you know, ask people for their PFPs, because that's not the point, right? The point of this is that it is members of the Discord server. I'm going to use this, actually, real quick, if that's okay with you, Frosty. I want to use this as the centerpiece. I'm sure some of the style serum was in there, but we know he was on all the drugs as well. The style serum was there, yeah, exactly. Or like AJ's antidote. I sent in my PFP. Alright, did you send it into general? Alright, we take those. Two more! Two more! And then we're good. Two more heaters, chat, and then that's all we need. I'm calling everything heaters tonight. Two more! Two more, two more, two more. Need two more, chat. I'm not gonna go on Twitter and ask for them because that is against the point. We're not gonna break the point. In the meantime, I'm actually gonna do something here. In the meantime, I'm gonna do something here, and I'm going to... What the fuck is this? What the hell? Oh my god. That is a cursed thumbnail. This like JonTron impersonator is like AI generated, almost. It's freaky. I DM'd you my profile pic. Why don't you post it in the server with everyone else, my friend? Post it in the server. It's right there. It's right there. Also, holy shit, this short's doing numbers. It's doing numbers. By the way, speaking of numbers, I have a new video up, as you can see right here. It's on that time I put John Cena in front of the state of Wisconsin, and they fought in a loser gets folded back into the Union match at WrestleMania. It's a very fun video. Where do I go to post it? Just post it in general. Post it in general. Post it in the general chat. But no, you all should watch this new video I put up. It's very funny. It's very cool. I put a lot of work into it, and I want to make more videos like it. It's so funny, in fact, that I can pull a funny clip from it out from my ear here and show it all to you. Here it is. What? Cena's like a stealth bomber? What? What the f- Cena's a stealth bomber because you Oh my god, King, I saw him dismantle the on-seas flight centers of Wisconsin last night. Did you give what Jeff Hardy was giving you backstage? I don't know what he gave you backstage, King. Boy, that was funny, wasn't it? That was incredible. You all should watch the full video up on YouTube right now. Probably after this stream, in fact. And leave a like. Leave a like on the video because it helps with discoverability. If anything, I would appreciate that. But yeah, what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, that's right. Sax. We're adding your profile pic to the mix. One of the greatest storylines ever. So great that you'll go and watch the video and leave a like, right? Maybe subscribe if you haven't done so already. Ooh. If you haven't done so already, maybe. Yeah, we only need one more, chat. Give me your profile picture. But only if you're in the server. Only if you're in the server will I accept it. It's got to be one more. Just one more. Just one more, chat. But yeah, let's see here. Let's see. Hold on just a second. Speaking of the Discord chat, one of my favorite things to fucking do in the Pony watch-alongs right now is finding which characters are voiced by Bling Bling Boy. Because the guy who voices him has a very distinctive voice, right? He voices Snips, if you want context. And he also voiced Bling Bling Boy and Johnny Test. So, like, anytime I hear him in the show right now, I'm just like, is that fucking Bling Bling Boy? And 9 times out of 10, I'm right. 9 times out of 10, I'm right. Okay, so, Snips. Yeah, Snips. The short and pudgy filly. Rather, the short and pudgy cult, you know? This guy. Hold on. Not him. He's not voiced by Bling Bling Boy, as far as I know. This fucking doofus. He's voiced by Bling Bling Boy. And many other characters in Pony are voiced by Bling Bling Boy. Like Stephen Magnet is too, like the little serpent that's in the water. He also voices one of like the people that like own the restaurant in what was the episode? Bling Bling Boy is this guy. This absolute Chad here. That right there is Bling Bling Boy. And anytime that someone in Pony is voiced by him, I'm always just like, that's Bling Bling Boy, isn't it? And then Zach looks it up, and sure enough, it usually is. There's like a whole, like, group of just, like, voice actors between all these Canadian shows that they all share. What's Season 6? Season 6 MLP. Give me the episodes. Give me the episodes. Oh! He was one of the restaurant owners in Spice Up Your Life.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Haha, fuck off, homunculus. Not if my breaks, not if my snoozes have anything to say about it. I posted my BF's PFP. Is your boyfriend in the server? If your boyfriend's in the server, I will absolutely put him in. He is in the server. What's his name? Split second. Okay. Cool. Cool. Works for me. And with that, chat, now... Hold on. And now, chat. Hold on, I need to copy the image. And now, chat. We have a full setup. This, friends, is my tribute to you. Because the Longboy Club would not be what it is. I would not be what I am without all of you. And I would like to grow this. Yes, exactly. Exactly. A coriander cumin. Yes. Yes. This fucking Chad here. Let me go and look it up. I'm pretty safe, I think. MLP. Spice up your life. Where is it? Right here. Wait. The guy that's in this. Not her, but the large man.
That has been marinated overnight in a mustard Dijon dressing. How can we say no to that? And for you?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. No rating?
This guy.
Anyway, they won't.
Hiya! What's your name?
Coriander cumin.
Are you a chef here too?
My daughter cooks. I host.
Then why are you stacking chairs?
Without customers, I have no pony to host for. So, I stack.
Like, you can hear it, right? Like, the moment that I heard that line right there, I was like, that's fucking Bling Bling Boy. And Zach looked it up, and sure enough, it was. Wait, did he actually voice Gummy in that one-off, like, thing that he had in Slice of Life? But yeah, we did it. We fucking did it, chat. I would like to make this bigger at some point, but for now, I think that this is good. Again, this right here is my gift to you. It is my tribute to all of you. This right here, it will be the Longboy Clubhouse's server banner. At least for the time being. Because I want to be able to show my appreciation for all of you. Because genuinely, without all of you here, I would have probably retired a long time ago. Because I've been doing this for so long. But, you know, recently it's just been... I've been having the most fun that I've ever had on stream. I've had the freedom to experiment. I've had the chance to make a shitload of new friends and connections. I've had incredible moments on stream. I've told great stories, and it's all thanks to you guys. And I would be remiss if I did not show that appreciation. Everyone thought it was M.A. Larson, but it was him. That's the versatility of a man with money, you know? But yeah, there it is, chat. I'll post it in the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server in a second. But for now, why don't we find someone to raid? Why don't we find someone to raid, chat? I don't know who's live right now. Is anyone live that you guys know that we should raid? It's gonna be fast and furious because we're about to get thrown into an ad. So it's gonna be fast and furious. I'm just gonna get the raid message in here. We can raid Ash. Sure. Longboy Club Love. I haven't raided into a DM Pwn in a while. We could do that.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
I'll do it tomorrow. Where's Ash and Dice? There he is. He's playing Minecraft. That sounds awesome. You all should go and friggin' give him some love, you know? Y'all should go over there and give him some love, if you can. In fact, no, you can. Even if you can't, go over there and give him some love. This I command. Yeah, thank you very much, chat. This was a fun stream. We went for almost 5 hours, basically doing nothing. But it was incredible. It was a very fun time. I appreciate having all of you here. If you haven't done so already, follow the channel. We're trying to get to 1,000 followers by the end of the rather by my birthday. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow for some more fun with friends. I'll see you then. Bye.